Hello, good morning, everyone, and wonderful to see you here in this room, engaged on the topic of gender-based disinformation. Bună dimineața și bine ați venit! Ne bucurăm foarte mult să vă avem aici, interesați de tema dezinformării bazate pe gen. We are hoping for a day full of fruitful discussions where we can learn more, we can engage with the topic, and we can leave the day with more connections, with more thoughts, and more ideas for actions. My name is Irina Ilisei. I will be facilitating a part of the meeting, and from the side of the Anais team, we are very happy and honored to have you here in the room, to have these amazing speakers that you'll be hearing, and of course also to have the engagement in the online streaming today. Without further ado, I give the floor to my colleague, Carmen Nemes, the president of Anais Association.
Good morning and welcome to Bucharest. And welcome to GLANS International, Gender Inclusive Long-Lasting and Empowered Networks and Societies Conference, the role of education in countering gender-based disinformation. My name is Carmen Nemes, President of Anais Association, and I'm truly glad that you are here with us in these days of learning, dialogue, and connection. Now I will continue with opening remarks in Romanian because it matters to me to ground this moment also in the local voice and context. Please put your headphones. Thank you again. Bună dimineața și bine ați venit la
Good morning and welcome to Bucharest. Welcome to the GLANS International Conference, the role of education in countering gender-based disinformation. I'm so truly happy to be with you today throughout these 3 days, people that don't often meet around the same table. Professors, researchers, civil society journalists, content creators. First and foremost, just a small comment. If you need any information, do reach out to my colleagues that have the Anais badges and lanyards. So we are in this project, the GLANS. Beyond the title, the stakes are, I would say, human. Education can be one of the best types of protection in a world in which disinformation, gender-based, is quickly spread and actually is quite harmful. We need to give the youth simple and solid tools that recognize manipulation, that are able to ask good questions, to identify resources, and to choose the valid information. These tools will empower them and will help them to take forward to their communities the message that defends dignity and does not fight it. And we're living through difficult times, worrying and frighteningly quick. And all this noise and gender-based disinformation is not just an issue online. It's an women, girls, people with disabilities, vulnerable people from the LGBTQR+ community based on patriarchal stereotypes and promotes trolling, intimacy, infringement, and abuses of technology that we use. And the target is not often just a person, but the participation of this person in the public format. They have to be quiet, they have to give up and go away. That is why, for me, these days have a twofold stake. First, to better understand the mechanisms, how they are built, how they get amplified, how they enter schools, communities. Second, to tighten the ranks and make room for one another, because resilience is not just a skill. Sometimes it's a network of people that tell each other, I am here for you, I see you, I support you, you're not alone. The Anais Association gives you this space not just to organize the event, but as a safe framework for dialogue and for working, to speak freely, to be able to ask difficult questions, to exchange ideas respectfully, and to build together answers under this common topic: preventing gender-based violence and protecting human rights that are nowadays more and more under pressure. Since 2011, the Anais Association has provided dedicated services to fight gender-based violence, providing a victim-oriented support at institutional level. I hope that after these 3 days, we are richer in information, in connecting, networking, tools, and best practices, and education to be that red line to develop clarity in care and care into action. I would like to thank our partners for their trust and collaboration, especially British Council Romania, supporting us generously from the beginning. Thank you for choosing us. I would also like to thank Goethe Institute and the Friedrich Ebert Foundation for involvement, for providing this beautiful venue, and for the work for the project. I would like to thank the partners from GLANS, British Council Polonia, with the project leader, alongside the Institute of Public Affairs Polonia, Mediterranean Institute of Gender Studies Cyprus, Open Space Foundation Bulgaria, and the representatives of the Moldova and Germany teams. Thank you for your ideas. And personally, I would like to thank my colleagues Irina Elisei and Cristian Mangu and the Anais team for the huge effort behind this conference. After my intervention, we will continue with the opening speeches from the partners. Thank you for being with us, and I am available throughout the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carmen. Now I would like to invite here a representative of an institution that has at its core a responsibility to be engaged and to prevent gender-based disinformation in the educational field. And I invite here Mr. Valentin Popescu from the Ministry of Education. He is Director of Public Policies. Mulțumim că sunteți aici.
Mulțumesc mult pentru invitație și pentru oportunitatea de a spune câteva.
The opportunity to deliver an opening speech. I would like to assure you of the full cooperation and solidarity of the Ministry of Education in everything we do regarding gender-based equality and preventing domestic violence. Although I'm not a specialist on the matter of gender-based equality or gender equality, let me say this. Women are an overwhelming majority of the teaching staff in the higher education level. So we have more than 99% in kindergartens, and in primary education, they're 94% women. In the lower secondary education, the percentage of teachers, women teachers, is about 72%, and these numbers, compared to other European countries, show that we are among the EU member states with the highest way of women teachers. As far as results go, at the national assessment after the 8th grade, girls have greater results compared to boys, and the same happens at the baccalaureate. In higher education, the professors are mostly women for bachelor and masters, but not in PhD studies. This data shows that women are massively present, and the girls get better results at national assessments. But as you know, in the public space, we see narratives that reduce to a minimum the contribution of women and doubt and question access to women and the rights of boys and girls regarding professions in general. Disinformation is not just about inaccurate information or rumors. We, as other member states, face narratives that affect the social cohesion, the trust into institutions, and the safety of women and girls. In general, some narratives show that school is a space for preschool that is too feminine, or they suggest that the girls' results are not a gain for society, and they question the skills of women in certain fields, or they discredit fully legitimate educational programs discouraging families and pupils to go forward. From the perspective of the Ministry of Education, these disinformation phenomena are unacceptable, and through several interventions and national programs, we try to reduce them to a minimum. Let me give you some examples. We've been working on the syllabus for high school, and we have clear procedures and methodologies for learners' books assessed based on criteria of ethics, non-discrimination, including gender-based. And this syllabus is also topped by optional types of topics like personal development, education for democracy, applied ethics regarding adolescence, self-knowledge, gender equality. And this creates a teaching context to develop critical thinking and to fight or counter disinformation. So we encourage the use in the classroom of resources for children to identify issues, to check sources, to compare information, and to promote the collaboration between themselves and their teachers. In this system, where most of the staff consists of women, we include continuous training for teachers, we support networks of professionals, and we involve male, actually teachers in general among men to promote these messages. Although we don't find many national programs dedicated specifically to this topic, however, larger programs regarding violence or safety in school, such as Together We Are Brave, alongside Ministry of Internal Affairs. This is a program that has entailed over 400,000 pupils and tens of thousands of teachers, have included topics on gender equality, managing incidents of this type, and developing skills of pupils to recognize and voice these behaviors. But we can't do this alone. This is clear. We have to have partnerships with NGOs, public institutions, academia, and so on. We are an active part in other joint programs and also in the National Strategy on Gender Equality and Preventing Domestic Violence. And we believe that in this respect, education is a decisive front, because this is where cognitive reflexes and values are formed, those that determine if the Romanian school can recognize and reject manifestation on stereotypes and gender violence and all the other topics related to it. Now, the changes in education are very complicated and they require time. We can't just have an order to change teachers overnight. We have to convince them, and from teachers we go to the pupils. Even for the fact that we have 2.8 million pupils and 300,000 teachers, 530,000 students. The efforts, I said, are quite significant. And against criticism, we stand optimistic because we believe that the Romanian Prime Minister has taken the education portfolio, and we see this as encouragement and special attention paid to education. I assure you again of the Ministry's full cooperation, and we want to be successful in the rest of our projects. Thank you.
Vă mulțumim și sperăm că aceasta este o oportunitate pentru a deschide poate și mai mult cooperarea cu Ministerul Educației pentru programe de formare cu cadre didactice, dezvoltarea curriculumului și multe lucruri pe care societatea civilă angajată pe tema egalității de gen și le dorește de foarte multă vreme. Și vă mulțumim foarte mult pentru cuvintele adresate. Acum aș dori să invit o altă reprezentantă a unei instituții de stat din România care este angajată pe tema egalității de gen și îi dau cuvântul Dianei Neaga, reprezentanta Agenției Naționale pentru Egalitate între Femei și Bărbați din România.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation. First of all, on behalf of Secretary of State, Ms. Luminița Popescu, I would like to congratulate the organizer for this conference. As a representative of public institution responsible for gender equality policies in Romania, I would like to emphasize from the outset that today, the fact we are here together, making joint efforts for promoting gender justice, carries a particular significance. Let me be very clear. Promoting gender equality means protecting democracy, and there is no democracy without gender equality. Gender-based disinformation is often used as a tool to influence public opinion and to undermine trust in institutions and trust among us. As a part of ANES, the public institution who is also responsible for addressing gender-based violence and domestic violence, I know how difficult it is to gain the trust of women and girls in vulnerable situations, and also how easily this trust can be shattered. Of course, our interventions are not perfect, and there is still much work to be done, but progress achieved through significant effort can be quickly lost through manipulation and disinformation, and this costs lives, as you all know. At the same time, we are aware there are actors, some of them political, who wish that our institution, but also institutions that defend human rights and women's rights, to be weak and even to cease to exist. Gender-based disinformation also undermines trust between individuals and trust amongst activists by perpetuating false narratives and divisive rhetoric. We must be extremely attentive to these dynamics, as recent experience has shown that long-standing trust enables us to navigate tense situations. Those who promote such attacks know that when we are united, we are strong, and they deliberately use division to make us vulnerable to extremist and illiberal agendas. By disinformation campaign, but disinformation campaigns do not affect everyone in the same time. We know that human rights defenders and feminist activists are on the front line of those attacks. 7 out of 10 women human rights defenders, activists, and journalists reported experiencing online violence. Many of the attacks deliberately target women, especially those who are visible in public life. Women politicians, journalists, and activists frequently face hate speech, online harassment, smear campaigns, aimed to silencing them and excluding them from the public debates. And us, as a governmental institution, have the obligation to take action to protect our allies. At the same time, we know that you are in the front line in countering gender-based disinformation and manipulation. This is because you are the ones who are producing valid scientific knowledge. In a post-truth world, you bring light through your fundamental contribution to evidence-based public policies, and we are deeply grateful for this. In this context, it is certainly not a coincidence that we are witnessing frontal assault on education, and especially on higher education, by right-wing authoritarian actors seeking to control what is written, spoken, or sought. Knowledge is power, and we must ensure that those who produce it are not deprived from it, because it's a power that they put in place in service of justice, pluralism, and democratic values. How can we fight disinformation? Through evidence-based public policies, through education, and through protecting those who are in the front line of knowledge production and the promotion of human rights. This is why ANES has strengthened the partnership with academia and non-governmental organizations. In the same time, governments and organizations must ensure that individuals targeted by gender-based disinformation have access to adequate support and legal remedies. We are also aware of the need to create accessible and secure reporting mechanisms for victims of this type of disinformation. And we are here today not only to listen, but to better understand your real needs and to explore how those needs can be translated into effective public policies. Finally, I would like to emphasize that the essential role of education, raising awareness, and developing media literacy skills are fundamental to reducing the societal impact of gender-based disinformation. It is not a coincidence that education and gender studies are among the first targets of illiberal attacks, precisely because the education fosters critical thinking, provides analytical tools, and shapes citizens capable of distinguishing between facts and manipulation. Integrating a gender perspective into education is one of ANE's top priorities. We are looking to ensure that those values are embedded from the very beginning of the educational process. In closing, responding to gender-based disinformation, defending education, and countering extremism requires trust, solidarity, and sustained cooperation between governments, academia, civil society, and the media. You can count on us to stand with you as a trusted partner in this work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Diana, and we are very grateful for the cooperation with ANES and for the work that they are doing. I would like to invite here the representative of another partner that is very committed to the topic of education, on diversity, on gender equality, Abdi Hassan, Director of British Council Romania, and also British Council. I would like to say in here that was a great partner for us in designing this project, in giving us not only resources, spaces where to work with young people, but also a good partner that we could talk to on how to do better our work. Abdi Hassan, please, you have the floor.
Mulțumesc, Irina. Bună dimineața. That's as much Romanian I know. Let me start with a very warm round of applause, if you wouldn't mind to join me. Give yourselves a round of applause. That's for all of you for coming here in this very cold morning. It showcases your commitment, your engagement, your enthusiasm to come and engage on this very important topic. But also, I have to say, my job is much tougher because the three previous speakers touched on three key elements. From Anais, engaging with young people, from the Ministry of Education, the importance of education and the engagement of what policy-led organizations are doing and institutions, and of course, from the National Institutions of Equality between Men and Women. You mentioned a very intriguing point, a word that you said, which we live in a post-truth world. Now, I'd like to add a couple of things, and I'll try to bring those themes together from the British Council point of view. We often describe that we live in an age of information, of absolute abundance. Access to information is highly democratized. It is not the same as 100 years ago, where to be able to buy a book, it costs you maybe a week's wage. It's far more relevant, it's far more available, accessible, almost anywhere in the world. But equally, there is this parallel world that is almost dystopian. And this idea of there is access to information, but also a lot more misinformation and disinformation. It is not accidental. It is deliberate. Technology is designed to empower, but is increasingly used to be decisive, intimidate, and control. And I want to give a couple of examples that are not only based on gender-based disinformation, but more widely. Last year, there were two things that caught my eye. One was an AI-generated real-life time meeting with an executive, so a chief financial officer, and a group of executives called an employee of a company. This is all fake, but this is impersonation of the executive of those company, and it resulted to the loss of $25 million through that. Closer to home from the UK, last year, there were AI-generated videos that were really almost true or true-like as much as you can say, talking about serial killers and knife attacks in the UK, particularly in cities like Manchester and Belfast. What it led to, quite strongly, was parents keeping children indoors and stopping children from going to school, communities panicking, emergency services were completely flooded with calls. So these are real-life ramifications of what could happen online. It's not just in the world of online, it can have real-life examples. So disinformation is not just distorting reality. Disinformation is manufacturing new parallel reality and far dystopian, difficult, not a world that we really want to live in. The other thing that I received repeatedly through various WhatsApp groups in the past year are AI-generated videos that were circulated, and I'm sure some of you might have seen it. You would see it on Facebook, on X, on other places, of women endlessly cooking, cleaning, serving drinks to men, presented as Olympic-style competitions. They are highly polished, they are humorous on the surface, they are widely shareable, very easy to share, and you, on the first glance, it seems almost not harmful because it's AI generated, and you can see that it's not true. But what it really says on the beneath the surface, the message is quite highly unmistakable. Women exist to serve, they exist to perform, and they exist for the pleasures of men. That's what it's given to impressionable young people. It's reinforcing those hierarchies, old stereotypes of what a woman role should be. So this is not just harmless content. This is a stereotyping at scale. And it's been shared millions of times. I mean, I would, just for the sake of being informed, I would encourage you to look at it because it's the level of production. It's for the sake of a couple of dollars and being able to do a couple of clicks with very little knowledge of AI is shocking. The other thing that is in the news these days is the fact that you can use one of the largest platforms in the world, X and Grok, to create pornographic images of women, girls, but even more shockingly of children. This is the world we are living in at the moment online. These tools were brought and developed to start with to help us work, to help us become more connected, to help us to be able, a lot of us talk about the ability of being to do our work far easily, more accessibility. But what it's leading to is this systematic abuse of human rights, systematic abuse of women, minorities, as Carmen was mentioning, communities of LGBTQI. And that's why for us at the British Council, this conference and these types of projects really matter at that level of engaging with young people directly. Gender-based information, it's not abstract. As it's been said already, it lands in classrooms, in staff rooms, in comment sections, in private messages. And I've shared this in a previous conference, but I think it is worth sharing again. It was mentioned that women in particular, particularly women in the public eye, receive far more vile attacks online. And I looked at a couple of messages from the UK. You should be burned alive for what you said. This is just a member of parliament who expressed nebulous ideas. It wasn't really that decisive. But a lot of the comments were, and I'm choosing the mildest comments here, by the way, there were threats of rape of women. It happens regularly and quite often. We know where you live. Women like you need to be taught a lesson. This is from a rather educated, developed nation where we are trying to engage in informed debate about services to the wider society. So these are not disagreement. These are acts of intimidation. And of course, quite famously, a member of parliament, a woman member of parliament, Jo Cox, was killed, sadly, as she was tending to some of her constituents. So these types of acts are designed to silence women, to push minorities out of public life, to intimidate, to make participation feel even more dangerous. And this behavior is being amplified by AI, algorithms, anonymity. Harms becomes much faster, cheaper, harder to challenge. And this is where we see the British Council comes in, particularly in the area of education. Our work has always been grounded in education, culture, dialogue, as foundation for open and resilient societies. In the digital age, what our mission has become is more urgent than ever. The British Council is 90 years old. We were set up in 1934, and it seems we live in increasingly rather similar, difficult times. This is just for context. 1934 was just before the World War. And we might, I hope we're not facing another one. 2026 has been an interesting start, as I said to some colleagues last year. Because education is not just about information, it is about judgment, it is about critical thinking, it is about giving people the confidence, and particularly young people, to question what they see, hear, and share, rather than just accept it as face value. So G-Lens is a partnership between British Council, and you see some of our colleagues here, IPA, Poland, MIGS, Cyprus, Open Space Foundations in Bulgaria, and I think representation of those organizations are here in the room today. So I will encourage you to have cross conversations between what happens in other countries. But a special thank you, of course, to Anais Romania here for the fantastic work that you are doing in this space. We're examining how gender-based disinformation operates, how formal and non-formal education can build long-term resilience against it. Across the region, this has been turning into action, supporting youth programs and volunteer academies, working with journalists and civic society, linking digital literacy with safeguarding and human rights. Because education does not only happen in classrooms, it happens through stories, through culture, through spaces where people feel safe enough to question and brave enough to speak. And I hope this conference will give you truly safe space to engage, to unpack, and when you travel back to those countries that you came from, but also to your organization, back to your day-to-day work, you are better informed about disinformation and you have tools that you can use to combat it. Finally, because I like to start my speeches with an applause and end it with applause, please join me with a very warm applause to thank all our partners, panelists, my British Council colleagues, but of course, quite importantly, for the work that they have done and the excellent work that they have done, Anais Romania. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this very kind and warm words. We feel very honored to hear all this. And last, but for sure, not the least, I would like to give the floor to a representative of an institution that is highly committed on civic society dialogue, on political education, on gender equality. And this is Friedrich Ebert Foundation, and to Dorina Mihai, representative of FES. Friedrich Ebert Foundation does a wonderful work, not only in supporting projects like this, but also a lot of the research produced by this organization is very valuable for doing our work. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'll be the last one to have the opening speech, and I promise you I'll be brief. So it's a pleasure for me to be here with so many experts in the field of gender equality, education, disinformation. I'm really very glad to see that we have among us representatives of public institutions in Romania, like the Ministry of Education and National Agency for Equal Opportunities between Women and Men. This is the official title of the agency. I will also like to thank Anais for having the initiative to organize this event and for inviting us to be partner and to support part of this international conference. So I represent here Friedrich Ebert Foundation. We support, as I said, some panels of this international conference. And for those of you who may not be very familiar with us, FS, Friedrich Ebert Foundation, is a German political foundation with offices in more than 100 countries worldwide. We support initiatives that promote social democracy, social justice, labor rights, migrant rights, and socio-ecological transformation. And gender equality is a very important principle in all our projects, even though, as was already mentioned, we are living now in a very turbulent times, and it's sometimes difficult to implement this principle in our work, since we are witnessing this, let's say, return of conservative values and the rise of extremist movements these times. At this international conference, we are pleased to support the participation of Paula Charlotte Matlach from the Strategic Dialogue Institute in Germany, but they have offices in other countries too. Maybe she will present you a bit the organization. What I can tell you is that they have an extensive expertise in the field of disinformation. Paula will give the first presentation at this conference, and I'm very much looking forward to her presentation with and I'm sure will be a very insightful and thought-provocative one. We are also supporting the participation of Janice Shehu from the National University of Political Studies and Public Administration, with whom we collaborated in several projects last year. She will present data from the electoral monitoring conducted during last year and 2 days ago when we had in Romania parliamentary and presidential elections. And we, in FS, we carry out a project together with a team of researchers from this university to see how the electoral discourse focused on not only gender, but also minorities and migrants and all other vulnerable groups. Finally, I would like to emphasize the importance of having these kind of events in this, as I said before, turbulent times we are facing right now. And this, let's say, conservative and extremist forces are trying to undermine the progress we made in the recent years in advancing our rights. So I think spaces for dialogue are very important because not only we have the opportunity to learn from each other, to share experiences, but also to coordinate our efforts and to stay united. I think this can be a very important way for us to not only resist, but to counter these reactionary forces we face. I wish you all productive and engaging discussions today and tomorrow, for those of you who are going to attend also the roundtable tomorrow. Thank you, and thank you again, Anais, for organizing this conference.
Thank you, and without further ado, I invite Paula Matlach, analyst at the Institute for Strategic Dialogue.
Thank you. All right. Okay, thanks. Good morning, everyone. My name is Paula Charlotte Jara Matlach, and I'm really glad to be here with you today. It's my first time in Romania, and I'm excited to talk to you about my favorite topic, gender. I've been a researcher at the Institute for Strategic Dialogue in Berlin for the past 5 years, where I've been researching and publishing on gender-based violence, mostly on social media platforms to inform like digital regulation, like, for example, the Digital Services Act that I'm sure some of you have heard about as well. And prior to that, I spent some time working for the NATO Stratcom Center of Excellence in Riga, where I also worked on disinformation. I'm also doing a PhD in the field of feminist science and technology studies, where I focus on technology-facilitated gender-based violence. So gender really is everything that I think about all day, every day. And in addition, I'm also a certified anti-discrimination trainer. So I decided to get that certificate because, sitting at a desk for the entire day thinking about gender, writing about gender, especially in times like these where, we're seeing a regression in many areas, could sometimes be a little bit like frustrating or vague because, as researchers, we're sort of like small drops that contribute to hollowing the stone. And then I felt that it was really nice to also, have these opportunities to sort of, do workshops and work directly with people, which sometimes, you can just see a little bit of impact more directly than you normally do when you write research. So my perspective really is like shaped by moving back and forth, like between all of these different areas, really, like constantly. And so I know that, there's a lot of like gaps and like, misunderstandings maybe, and I want to talk to you about these today. Basically, I'll be talking about gender-based disinformation, what it is, and why I think oversimplification is one of the biggest reasons that it is so effective. And not only, in terms of the malicious actors that spread disinformation, but also because many of our responses just, are maybe a little bit too simple and don't really capture the complexity of the issue. Let's start with what gender-based disinformation is. But to understand really what it is, I think we need to understand why it's so effective. Gender-based disinformation really thrives in environments where people are looking for very simple explanations for very complex problems, especially when, as is the case right now, people have many different things to worry about, and so it's helpful for them to know exactly who they can, find responsible for their own problems. It gives them safety to know who to attack, basically, which is nice that they can find some comfort, But that's really not unique to gender-based disinformation. I'd say it's true for really like pretty much any realm of disinformation that we talk about, like for example, anti-Semitic conspiracy theories or racist disinformation. It all kind of relies around that same pattern where we're looking for people that are responsible for our own problems, basically. However, I think gender is particularly vulnerable to this because it is very complex. It actually really affects everyone, so everyone can relate to it on some level. And it is very emotional in how it connects to our identities, but is often presented as fixed and self-evident. Sorry, I need to grab a drink. Thank you. So, what is gender? Gender is frequently treated as something that's natural, binary, and obvious. I mean, we could almost say that the existence of a gender binary is maybe one of the biggest gender-based disinformation narratives that's out there. But more accurately, gender can be understood as a system of symbolic meaning that creates social hierarchies based on perceived associations with masculine and feminine characteristics. So in plain terms, that means that we're not really born as boys or girls, but we're actually socialized to learn and adhere to like what a boy or girl is or isn't as we grow up. So for example, like boys don't cry, blah, blah, blah. This understanding recognizes that gender is socially constructed and upheld by culture and exists on the spectrum of roles, expectations, and behaviors, rather than being something that simply exists in nature. Of course, these understandings, they also vary across like cultures, across time, but I would say that like right now there's a pretty big overlap in most places I think that we work in. And in the system, despite like all of the progress that we've made over the past couple of 100 years maybe, cisgender, like heterosexual men are still positioned as normative and superior over all other genders and sexual orientations in most contexts. And that like reproduces and reinforces the historical inequalities by which femininity is really considered lesser. So that means the socialization really hurts almost everyone, precisely because nobody really fits those like idealized versions of what a man is or what a woman is. For example, those that are socialized as men and boys, when they learn to suppress their emotions, they actually end up dying by suicide much more often because they, tend to not reach out for help, for example. At the same time, as we've already heard a couple of times today, women, transgender, intersex, non-binary individuals are subject to, almost exclusively, male violence. I've brought a few numbers that really demonstrate this. So at the moment, 79% of perpetrators of sexual violence are male, and 85% of victims of anti-LGBTQ plus violence report male perpetrators as well. Also, across the EU, 55% of women and 10% of men report having been sexually harassed, and 56% of those who identify as LGBTQIA+ report being harassed because of their gender or sexual orientation. So these numbers show the gendered nature and issues of gender-based violence. But what about biological sex? Often, biological sex is presented as like the simple alternative to the complex construct of gender. But even biological sex is not binary in the way it is commonly imagined. In reality, there's this abundance of biological factors that create variation. So I brought this slide that shows an overview of like all of the ways in which biological sex markers like chromosomes, hormones, anatomy can vary on a spectrum from someone who's maybe like typically assigned female at birth on the left and typically assigned male at birth on the right. These are well-established facts in the medical community, in addition to the knowledge that even someone like whose body parts maybe fit like very neatly on the very left or the very right, might not identify with the gender assigned at birth. So the idea that sex is simple and binary comes less from biology and more from the gap between academic knowledge and everyday understanding. And that gap is really one of the main spaces where gender-based disinformation flourishes. Like, this could all be very boring. Or, I mean, like, to many people, this is very boring. But unfortunately, a lot of people find it, like, very, you know, like, they kind of experience it as an attack on their own, like, very being. So what does gender-based mean? When we talk about gender-based experience, we often only think of things that explicitly reference gender or sexuality. For example, like, you know, very overt misogynistic slurs, or like murders where people are like killed specifically for being gay or transgender. But gender-based harm also includes experiences that disproportionately affect particular gender groups, even when gender is never mentioned. So, like, for example, the you know, comments that were mentioned earlier, those were a great example of that. Stuff that's like, oh, you are so ugly, you should be killed, you know, where it doesn't reference gender directly. It's not saying I hate you because you are a woman, but kind of when you look at it, you get this feeling that, oh, maybe this plays a role. And then when you look at it in like the bigger picture and the data, that is actually confirmed. And so this also relates or refers to like structural discrimination that's often invisible, like for example in the you know, medical field. I brought an example from our research that also shows this quite well. So we conducted an analysis during the 2024 EU Parliament elections on TikTok, where we kind of created like a list of all of the channels that candidates were running. And then like classified them by gender. Unfortunately, it was very binary because you know, not a single person was openly like LGBTQIA in any sense. And we found that women candidates received more than 80% more harmful comments than male candidates. For them, 16% of comments made to their videos were derogatory or discriminatory in nature, which really is a lot, especially if those comments are, you know, quite upvoted and rise to the top. But what, you know, was even more interesting, I would say, was kind of like the split of what those comments were about. So many of these comments, like I said, that didn't like explicitly reference gender, but they referenced things like ability, like you're not qualified enough, for example, or they commented on people's appearance, stuff like that. And yeah, those were like overwhelmingly focused on the women. So for men, it was less like specifically identity based. It was more like general insults maybe, and less like personal, you know, attacks that they experienced. With a little bit the exception of sexual orientation, but I will also get around to that later. Interestingly, our data also showed that the gender-based harm that was directed at women candidates also regularly appeared on male candidates' channels. And in some cases, the male candidates actually actively contributed to that hate. So for example, they posted videos, you know, that were kind of aimed at, you know, putting down female candidates that they were running against. That was particularly evident in Hungary and France, where around 15% of the harmful comments in, like, or on the videos of male candidates were actually not directed at these male candidates, but at like women candidates. And that gender pattern only became visible when we kind of looked at the data like on a broader scale. But let's look at disinformation more specifically. Disinformation is usually defined as false information that is spread with malicious intent. We know, for example, that, you know, states like Russia have utilized online tools such as bot campaigns or troll factories to spread false information about female political candidates during elections, or like broader anti-LGBTQ+ narratives in the EU. This intent really matters, like primarily for researchers, law enforcement, and policy design. So, of course, like to you know, counter this on a policy level or to create effective policy interventions, it is actually important to know sort of what the intent is. But It's also important to recognize that for the victim survivors, it does not necessarily matter, because when they are online and they receive all of these comments, they don't know who's behind them, so kind of the impact for them can be the same. The actual danger that lies in this gender-based disinformation is, as was previously mentioned, this technology and the ability for these malicious actors to spread disinformation at a really unprecedented scale, where other people that might not have this malicious intent, but that are maybe a little bit ignorant or perceptive to this information for various reasons, they then pick up on it and spread it even further. Because actually much of this originated from a couple of people or a couple of actors, and it's just fallen on very fruitful ground, so to say. This is also kind of the issue and how it contributes to the continuum of gender-based violence. This was conceptualized by Liz Kelly, I think in the 80s or something. It's a great concept which sort of aims to bring across how all of these things are very difficult sort of to hierarchize and contribute to this environment where this violence is normalized. So the point is kind of that, if we only focus on one particular area, or for example, only focus on the very, right-hand side, because we think that's the worst of the worst, and that is where we need to focus all of our efforts. Actually, all of the things that happen on this continuum are part of that violence and contribute to that violence. That also underscores how violence that is often dismissed as lesser, can still have profound impacts, because if someone, for example, experiences degradation, which is in the very left of the yellow part, every day at work, who's to say that, that is less impactful than if they experience something ex-partner publishing revenge porn on a website or something. We can't really judge what has whatever impact on people. And this impact on people is really severe. There's been multiple studies on this that show that, for example, psychological violence affects 4 in every 5 women parliamentarians. This is findings from 2 different studies on the EU. And a third of women parliamentarians in Europe felt that the violence they had been subjected to during their term had affected their freedom of expression negatively. 65% of them reported experiencing humiliating sexual or sexist remarks. 45% reported receiving threats of death, rape, beatings, or abduction. And 1/4 even reported having been subjected to physical violence, 22% to sexual violence. What's interesting is also that 61% of those affected believe that these acts were actually intended primarily to dissuade them and their female colleagues from continuing in politics, and it's actually really effective because 21% then did not want to pursue another term in office. And as we can imagine, this also has an impact on other people who are just kind of observing this and then think okay, no, I'm definitely not going to enter politics. This is, by the way, also referenced in the literature as the chilling effect, and kind of describes how this whole environment is kind of just hostile to women and transgender and intersex people joining politics in the first place. But it does not only affect them, it also affects those who consume this content but are not directly affected by it. These findings come from a survey of young cisgender men in the United Kingdom, the United States, and Australia who consume so-called men and masculinity content. So not even necessarily explicitly gender-based disinformation, but more broadly men and masculinity content. And this study found that 70% of 16 to 25-year-olds believe that women have it easier than men, compared to 49% in the group that does not consume such content. You can make of these numbers what you will. I mean, it's quite shocking actually to see across the entire study how many of these views are already very present in the control group as well. So it's okay, you know, that's also something to acknowledge. And then in addition, we can here directly see the impact of the information that they consume online. So for example, 25%, so just under a quarter of them, reported that they had become abusive towards their conversation partners on dating platforms out of frustration. In the control group, this was also quite high at 17%, but you can see here very, you know, directly how consuming this content also translates into like abusive behavior. The bigger picture. This was already mentioned a couple of times. Basically, when we zoom out, we can see the cumulative effect of this dynamic. As we know now, these, you know, types of things have been spread for like, you know, more than a decade now, probably even more than that. And we are now really witnessing not only stall progress, but actually like a global regression of women's and LGBTQ rights. So for example, since the US Supreme Court ruling in 2022, abortion has been banned in 13 US states, and we are seeing attempts to also enact anti-abortion legislation within the EU. There's also contestation of LGBTQ rights in the EU, for example, in Hungary, Poland, and Slovakia. And alongside these developments, we are seeing more of these worrying shifts in attitudes to gender equality. So again, 1 and 2 saying that when it comes to giving women equal rights with men, things have gone far enough in their country, or like, you know, half of those respondents agreeing that men are being expected to do too much to support equality, or almost half even saying that things have gone so far that men are being discriminated against. At the same time, we also see that over 1 in 3 people feel scared to speak out for women's rights because of what might happen to them. So that's obviously all very depressing. But, you know, as we're doing right now, you know, all hope is not lost. We're working on it. We're forming coalitions. And so let's talk about where to go from here. Obviously, addressing gender-based disinformation requires systemic approaches. So that means, you know, that just doing one thing is never enough. We need, you know, measures across the entire board, basically. So, for example, policy interventions. We need better content moderation. These are things that, you know, the organization I work on works on a lot. And of course, we need education, which is great that we're talking about it today. But what I think is important to highlight is that many of these like well-intentioned responses fail because they actually mirror the same simplifications that the, you know, malicious actors who spread disinformation also rely on. And I want to highlight 3 areas where oversimplification actively undermines solutions and, you know, suggests a couple of alternatives. For example, gender-based violence is often treated as mostly a women's issue. There's actually quite a few organizations that literally say that they use the terms GBV, so gender-based violence, synonymously with violence against women, on the assumption that most gender-based violence is inflicted on women and girls by men, so like very binary understanding. But if you look at, for example, this 2023 survey by CG, it shows that transgendered and gender-diverse individuals were actually most likely to have experienced online violence because of their gender identity, closely followed by cisgender women, LGBT plus people, and then cisgender men at 16%, which is also a very significant chunk of men who experience this violence. And so this shows how, you know, this erasure of, you know, transgender, intersex, non-binary people, but also cisgender men, is kind of based mostly on incomplete data, and then those measures often reproduce kind of that gap, which is just unfortunate and can be changed. For example, in the European Institute for Gender Equality, it's like the public institution, outlined the efforts to counter gender-based violence by improving the collection of disaggregated administrative data in a policy brief last year. But the entire brief focused only on the lack of data regarding women. with no mention of intersex, transgender, or other groups at all. And in a 2024 guiding document that they published for national data providers, they actually requested data that is disaggregated by sex of the victim, according to two categories, female victims and total victims, which obviously neither accounts for intersex, transgender, or otherwise like genderqueer individuals, nor for cisgender male victims. The issue here is not that, you know, efforts should not ever focus on the violence that is experienced by women. It's just that, you know, public institutions routinely erase the experiences of large proportions of victims of gender-based violence by treating these two things, gender-based violence and violence against women, as synonymous. And also, it's like a huge waste of resources. I mean, they put together all of these briefs, they do all of this work, and it would be very easy for them, you know, to be inclusive in doing that and just, you know, do better research. I mean, these categories are a little bit ridiculous if you look at the research and, you know, have some experiences in putting together surveys. Like, it's just sort of bad work. Yeah. Speaking of bad work, you know, the issue is also that not including things like transphobia or kind of disregarding this issue also does cisgender women a disservice, because transphobia, for example, actually also affects cisgender women in many different ways. For example, like cisgender women killed sometimes for being like suspected to be transgender. It doesn't matter like if they are or not, they're dead at that point. I mean, even if they were, it's like awful and shouldn't happen. But the point is that if we kind of like try to look at women's issues and ignore you know, these other dynamics, we are really doing a disservice to everyone. The groups that we kind of like purposefully exclude, and the groups that, you know, people are maybe trying to make things better for. We're also seeing this right now in the UK with the Supreme Court decision that I'm sure a lot of you have heard about, you know, which is kind of like, or which was passed like under the guise of protecting women, you know, from having to share spaces with transgender individuals, but actually resulted now in a lot of body policing. So if you're a woman and you go to the gym, for example, and like a member of staff thinks that you don't look feminine enough, they can approach you and they can ask you like, hey, can you show me your birth certificate to, you know, prove that you're actually a woman. So this is one of the examples where, you know, this guise of protecting women has also been weaponized, unfortunately. So what can we do better? We can recognize that inclusion really benefits everyone, and that any approach that isn't inclusive just is not effective, even for the groups that you're trying to help. Let's move on. Oversimplification 2, only gender identity matters. So what I mean here is that, you know, there's often this focus on very like simple categories like man, woman, etc. As we already know and has been spoken about a lot, but I think not enough. Intersectionality matters. There's tons of statistics on this out there that show that people who are part of multiple like minoritized groups, so for example, they're women and maybe also black or, you know, transgender or lesbian, that they experience like a lot more violence and a lot more like harassment than you know, people who are part of fewer groups. And gender conformity also matters. And what I mean here is that often, you know, research focuses, for example, you know, just on what is this person's gender identity, rather than also considering aspects like, you know, are they maybe punished for not conforming enough? So we also actually saw this in the study that I mentioned earlier, where we looked at the TikTok channels, that in those cases, 2 of the German candidates that were included in the study actually experienced like a very specific type of abuse that other women did not experience, because they were considered not to adhere to like conventional beauty standards. So one of them, she kind of just didn't use makeup at all and didn't shave, and the other one is like this really cool looking person with like a short haircut who like rides motorcycles as a hobby. And both of them like specifically were misgendered a lot, like repeatedly by multiple users. Basically, I could go on their profiles right now and probably find comments that do this, because, you know, it's to tell them like, oh, you know, I'm discrediting you because you are not feminine enough, you don't fit the standard, you look like a man, stuff like that, which obviously is just not really related or relevant for their politics, technically, but still happens. Oh, sorry, I forgot to talk about the men. We can actually see the same thing on the other side of the spectrum, where men who are associated with femininity also experience more violence. You know, there's also like a host of examples for this. For one thing is that, for example, on dating apps, there's often still this like exclusionary slogan that's, for example, like no Asians, no blacks, no femmes. So that shows like the racism that can happen in the gay community. It also shows like the exclusion based on, you know, being perceived as feminine, which is an issue. And what I think is very interesting about this, especially from like a research perspective, is that I think that basically a lot of these studies that we look at that show, you know, women experience a lot more like hate than men. I think if you slice the data differently and you looked at like, you know, who's considered to be gender conforming and who isn't, that also like would shift even more, because for those men that experience gender-based violence, which they do exist, like that is honestly mostly rooted in, you know, them trying to stray from what it traditionally means to be a man. So how do we deal with this? We need some ambiguity tolerance, and we need to be precise in what we are talking about. So what I mean is we need to accept that, you know, any definition, for example, of what a woman is beyond, you know, they self-identify as a woman, just, you know, will always exclude someone. It's just not possible to slice it in any different way. If you think back of that biological like sex slide, it's just not possible to find like any reasonable like way to cut it that you can make a space and say like, okay, only people with these chromosomes and those hormone levels, etc., like we want them here. No, like just be clear on what it is that you're trying to do. Like, is it that you're looking at issues that affect people who are assigned female at birth? Is it that, you know, you're looking at things that affect, you know, anyone who identifies as a woman? Just be clear about that, and like, don't worry so much about, you know, creating strict boundaries. Lastly, let's talk about the crisis of masculinity. I think actually, like this is mentioned a lot. It has kind of like, I feel like the share of discourse that this takes up has really grown in the past couple of years. But I think very often this framing really obscures something that's crucial, which is, you know, that there are often very underlying assumptions of entitlement and supremacy that are rarely like acknowledged. So, for example, in the manosphere, which is like loosely like masculinist content creators, this is particularly visible because in their spaces, they frequently like victimize themselves. They talk about how lonely they are, frustrated, and like how excluded they feel. But if we look more closely, like it's actually not just about them like feeling legitimately lonely. It's about them feeling that, you know, they're losing something that they are owed. So relationships, they frame them as super transactional. Sex is something that they are entitled to, and if they don't have it, like, you know, they are being wronged. And women's autonomy is like unfair gatekeeping, which is just, you know, not right. We can also see this after like incel attacks in the media. So very often then, like this is being picked up on their own framing, is kind of reproduced in the media, which then like talks about not how it could happen that these people kill women because they feel entitled to them, but rather they talk about their mental health issues, the isolation they experienced, the difficulties they have in dating. But they don't make clear that loneliness does not cause violence, and that rejection does not have to cause violence. Rejection is not being wronged. It's okay for someone to reject you. And that entitlement is just very rarely named explicitly, and I think that's very dangerous. Instead, they frame it as a tragic outcome. They talk about male suffering, and rather than asking why do these men feel entitled to control, access, dominance, they ask empathize with them. Let's not do that. Let's try to acknowledge men's emotional pain and issues without validating their entitlement. That is very possible. Some of these issues, they're very real, they need to be addressed. Men deserve support, but they should not be validated in their entitlement. Male privilege is real, and there's nothing we can do about it. Or there are things that we can do about it, but we need to acknowledge that, and we can't really acknowledge it without addressing it. I think one of the things that is key here is teaching consent, not only in sexual terms, but just in broader terms. As I said, we are not owed anything from anyone, and if they don't agree to things, then we need to accept that. And rejection is just not being wrong. It's not an injustice. Oops, sorry, I accidentally skipped. I think we also need to stop trying to fix masculinity. There's very often this point of, we need positive role models or something, we need a better idea of what masculinity is. I think that's, misguided. I think the key really is in, teaching men and boys that it is okay not to conform to these traditional ideas. I think that is the whole point. We don't need a better or softer idea of what masculinity is, because I don't know if it's possible to find something like that then isn't also rooted in supremacy. Really this acknowledgement that it is fine to just be who you are, I think it can be key in, making people feel validated without, supporting their entitlement, as I said. Lastly, a final note, this was addressed before or mentioned, the post-factual world. I think it's important to recognize that, yes, let's educate, let's share facts and teach people how to think critically for those that are open to it, for those that want to have conversations and want to learn. I think we also need to recognize, and this comes largely also from de-radicalization research, which there's been a lot published in the past, decades maybe. Some people, you clearly can't reach them anymore with facts because they are really kind of held back by their emotions. So for those, I feel emotional literacy is really the key. Sometimes you need to teach people emotional literacy before you can even teach them something like digital literacy or media literacy, because they just cannot be open to that information with how victimized they feel, basically. And that's also, again, valid in some ways. We can't change it. It's just what it is. So I think it makes sense sometimes to accept it and maybe put some stuff, aside for a later date and focus on some issues like emotional literacy first. And then lastly, protection and boundaries, when hostility is present. Just don't waste your time talking to people who only want to be devil's advocates, who are not even interested, because I think especially in the NGO world or anyone who works with public resources, they are so limited. So I think that's, and it's even purposeful tactics sometimes employed by, malicious actors. They just try to waste your time, and they make you say the same thing over and over again, even though they're just not interested in the point, and will never read it. So I think it is also a skill to sort of be able to recognize that and say hey, you can find this online, you can just look on our website, look it up there, kind of just stop the conversation there. Sometimes that can also be, the right thing to do, in my opinion. So let's summarize. Gender-based disinformation works because it offers simple solutions to complex problems. The idea that gender and sex are simple and binary comes not from biology, but from the gap between academic knowledge and everyday understanding. And this gap is used to legitimize violence and is one of the main spaces where gender-based disinformation flourishes. Gender-based disinformation has severe negative effects on the health of victim survivors and can be highly effective in amplifying and reinforcing anti-feminist viewpoints. And a relatively small number of malicious actors is successfully exploiting this widespread ignorance at an unprecedented scale using technology like social media. And as a result, we're witnessing a global regression of women's and LGBTQIA+ rights right now. Many of our well-intentioned responses fail because they mirror the same simplifications that actors who spread this disinformation rely on. These are, for example, gender-based violence is mostly a women's issue, only gender identity is relevant to gender-based violence, or that feminism is causing a crisis in masculinity. And we can avoid these oversimplifications by recognizing that any approach that is not inclusive just cannot be effective, practicing ambiguity tolerance whilst being precise where it matters, and acknowledging men's emotional pain and issues without validating their entitlement. Finally, depending on who we are talking to, we need to stick to different approaches. So teaching facts and critical thinking for those people that we can still reach, teaching emotional literacy for those that are held up by their emotions, and protecting our own boundaries when we are dealing with malicious actors. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula, for so insightful presentation and a lot of food for thought for all of us. Me personally, I took a lot of inspiration for my activism, my education work, and for sure, I think each of us can take something. Now we have a little bit of time for questions and also the opportunity to ask Paula for more thoughts, insight on or about her observations in her work. Please, I will, if you can help me.
Good morning, Alejandro Bramones from the Spanish Embassy. I wanted to ask, what's the answer to the question, I feel like a man or I feel like a woman? Because we understand that gender is diverse, but gender is also a social construction. It's what they teach us to, men are taught to not to cry or to be bold, and the women are taught to blah, blah, blah. So this is all social construction. I understood from your perspective that masculinity should be deconstructed or abolished in the sense, no? But shouldn't all gender be abolished in order to confluence to a neutral gender where everybody can be whatever they want to be? And then it wouldn't make sense anymore to ask this question, do I feel like a man or do I feel like a woman? Instead, I could be whoever I want to be. And wouldn't it be much simpler in order to have a more abolish all this or end with this discrimination? I'm not sure if I'm explaining myself very well, but
well, I think I got some points from what you were saying. So I think this question, do I feel like a woman? I think the answer to that is that only every individual person can answer that. Nobody is supposed to tell another person what they are or are not. And I think the idea of abolishing gender, it's a fun thought experiment, but also where do we end up then? We don't want to teach everyone there's no differences or we're all the same or something like that. No, I think the most effective thing or the most healthy thing for everyone is to teach people that there is this spectrum and it's okay for you to position yourself on that spectrum. You are the only one who has that authority to say, Does that make sense?
I'm wondering if gender is a social construction, and if it makes sense to just transform it and diversify the categories of gender. It's still a social construction, but if we are born not naturally tending to certain attitudes or characteristics, we are born and we can have any of these characteristics. So these characteristics are attached to us because sex is attached to a certain gender. So you are male, to you correspond this kind of gender, these kind of attitudes that I suppose you will have. But it's not true. It's a social construction. So why don't let someone be born and say, okay, you choose whatever you don't need to choose a gender. You just be whatever you want to be, because it's a social construction. So like that, I mean, I think that the thing is, when you think I feel like a man, is I feel like something artificial, because it's an artificial creation, being a man with all these attitudes.
Yeah.
So that's what I mean.
But just to be clear, I mean, everything that we do sort of is a social construction. I don't think, as humanity, we can ever escape that.
Biology is not a social construction. That's what I mean. We could be attached to male, women, but, well.
I would invite also to pass the microphone. I saw that it's more intervention, and then maybe we can bring more thoughts together.
I think we're mixing gender and gender attributes here. So what we want to abolish is the idea that some attribute of a human being, like being caring, is a women's attribute. We want it to be a human attribute. But the gender and gender attributes are something different, and I think this is something you're mixing a little bit.
It's definitely an insightful and reflexive discussion on where we can put the boundary, or also we live with this social construct in the society, and maybe for, 1,000 years future, we can question that. But definitely an important question, also how we want to shape the future. Okay, some more questions maybe. Yes, please.
Hello, Claude from CNSP. You talked about emotional literacy, and I would like to know more about that. And maybe in a practical sense, how do you approach this without infantilizing someone? How do you tell them, okay, you need to control your emotions?
I'm not an expert in that, but I think emotional literacy refers to how, many boys and men, there's been research on this, that if they don't feel well, they don't reach out to people, they isolate themselves. So it's this sort of thing, just teaching people what emotions are, how you can kind of recognize your own emotions, and then how to deal with them. So for example, in school, it would be great to kind of go over some of this, this can even be a space where people talk about okay, so how do you feel when you feel sad, and share a little bit about that. And then so what do you normally do when you feel sad? Do you have things that are your go-to things, that sort of thing, or it could even be something how do you recognize that someone else is sad, and what can you do in those cases? What can you offer them? Just these things that are normally very often quite limited to female socialization. So a lot of people who grow up as women, they learn that in their own home, not necessarily even in school. And so it would be nice to kind of make that more equal. Also teach that to all kids, because they deserve to know. And it's actually quite sad to grow up without understanding what you're feeling and what to do about it.
As opposed to, as they do it now, as they tell people that, grow up. That's all. That's the explanation. My point actually is I would like to see boundary setting in this kind of teaching as prevention, not only in hostile situations. That's it.
Yeah, I think that's a great point.
Thank you. Okay, do we have more questions? Because otherwise I would have a question. Somewhere in the beginning of your presentation, you mentioned the fact that a lot of people who are coming from underprivileged, let's say, social group, when they see that people that are in political power, but also people who belong from these underprivileged social groups, when they see that they are harassed, and that the focus is not on their political work, but it is on gender presentation or different other aspects, they do not feel encouraged to take part in the political discourse. And I would kindly ask you to elaborate a little bit more on that, on how this gender-based violence online and offline is impacting the democracy. And yes, thank you.
All right, thanks. Yeah, this is actually quite an interesting point. I mean, like, as you know, findings from research, they often like deviate in some ways, you know, across the board. Then if you look at multiple studies on the same topic, you still see somewhat of a tendency, though, that goes in the same direction usually. This is like the critical thinking aspect. And what's interesting is, for example, if you look at studies that show the proportion of people that are affected by gender-based violence, some studies, they interpret it by saying, hey, if you like witness this violence happening to someone else online, then you're also affected in a way. And I think that is true. And that like psychological impact often isn't really spoken about or is not like recognized as much, because people feel that like in order for it to be factual, like it has to happen to the person directly, and they sort of like ignore the impact of it, like the creator. And I think that creator is like where this intimidation happens, because I think, you know, those of us who belong to some sort of like marginalized group are aware of what is happening to other people who belong to that same group, like, you know, out on the streets or online, it doesn't matter. Like you read about these things and you think like, oh, cool, like that could happen to me if I were to go into politics, for example. And I think, you know, that's kind of the dynamic that's, you know, at play there. And for me personally, you know, I don't have the perfect like solutions for this stuff, but I try at least like in cases, for example, like this one study that ends up like being binary out of like, you know, the sheer situation. Like I want to at least acknowledge that and like make it visible, because, you know, often it kind of like just gets dropped under the table. Like, oh, okay, like, you know, sometimes I feel like some colleagues are even relieved, like, oh, okay, we don't have to deal with that complexity, you know. But I think it's important to highlight that, like, yes, the study shows that, you know, women candidates receive so much more hate than men, and we need to do something about that. But also, like, other gender identities are completely invisible because they are, you know, unable to even be present in the space. And so I feel like, you know, to me, that is like one aspect of, you know, at least one thing that we can do about it, maybe.
Yes, thank you very much. And also I see very much the effect of the fact that those voices, if they are not in the space, then they cannot do politics, then they cannot shape the society, and also the needs of their communities are not taken into account. We have one more question.
I have one reflection and one question, and disclaimer is not an easy question, but I would really like to hear your reflections and thoughts. So based on what has been discussed, I wanted to kind of share a point on the emotional literacy and kind of the difference between men and women. Sadly, men are socialized to only feel certain types of emotions, like angry, for example. Anger is a very legitimate, sadly, one of the very few emotions that men are allowed to feel. Whereas if they feel caring, empathetic, shy, these are like feminine emotions. And a lot of the times men get attacked or made fun of because of that. But in terms of teaching media literacy, And I think that works best with employing the Socratic method of asking lots of questions. Because, for example, if a man is angry, a lot of the times that anger hides underneath lots of other emotions. It's usually lack of control. You don't control the situation. You can't do anything about it. You feel powerless or feel sad. So there's lots of lingering emotions underneath that men are just taught to completely ignore, disregard, and just show up as angry. Now, on the question, something that it's been on my mind. So I am a feminist and an activist in this space. And I wonder, I think we should also ask ourselves questions and interrogate whether we're doing is good enough. And here I also want to draw upon the first question that was asked. So kind of this categorization of gender. Are we doing a good job in defining these categories? It's acceptable. Indeed, it's a social construct. It'll always be. But are we doing a good job in defining those categories? And what I mean here is, so we have the, men, women as genders, not talking about biological sex. But then there's non-binary, demi-gender. There's all of these different kind of other categories that are being put, right? That are not very clearly defined. And then I think of myself, I consider myself a woman, but I don't subscribe to the traditional kind of gender roles. I feel like I'm quite ambitious. I feel like I can be quite outspoken, uncomfortable for other people. So I have this very kind of qualities about myself that don't ascribe to traditional femininity. But that makes me wonder, should I then not be a woman? Because if I then not am a woman, I leave woman as a gender category only in the traditional sense. I hope I'm making sense. But again, I know it's not a simple answer. Obviously, that's why we're here. But I just wanted to put this on the table, that I feel like maybe this is why we're losing this battle in many ways, because we're not providing clear answers. Maybe this is something, more on the research aspect that we should be thinking about and having dialogue on. So keen to hear your thoughts on this. Thanks.
Thank you. So first of all, this is where the ambiguity tolerance comes in. It's okay, this is your own version of, what a woman is. Maybe that will change. That's okay. Or maybe someone who thinks about this will in the end decide that they are actually non-binary. That's all fine. That's exactly where, ambiguity tolerance means being okay with the fuzziness of it. We can't really change it. I think a lot of these problems actually come from this constant wish that people have for things to be really defined. And honestly, if we spent these next 2 days discussing what a chair is, we would not be able to reach a conclusion. I'm serious. It's just not possible. And that's okay. But we still all have a vague enough idea or a specific enough idea, both, of what a chair is to be able to talk about it. And it's the exact same with these gender categories. So I think yes, maybe we are losing people because, these things are not clear. But then I think we need to be clear about not defining these categories, but that ambiguity tolerance is necessary, and that, like I said earlier, everyone is free to decide for themselves, how they position themselves. But we cannot ever create a box that works for everyone. It's just not happening. For so rich discussions, and for sure we leave the room with probably more questions, but also insights than when we came in. Thank you also for the dialogue here in the room. Now it is the time to take a little bit of fresh air, energize with some coffee, and I invite you for at 10 to 12 to be back in the room and to continue with the first panel of the conference. Enjoy the coffee break.
Welcome to the first panel of the day. I hope all of you got to have a good coffee and insightful conversation. I'm sitting here with my dear colleagues that we are running together this project, G-Lens, in which the whole, also the conference is a little bit of part of that, and we will give more insights on what's the project about. We would like to use this moment to share some of the research that we done in this project before starting to work with young people, with multipliers, to organize conferences and events on gender-based disinformation. As any good project needs to find its roots and stepping stone into research. And we conducted a research on gender-based disinformation. It was a research conducted almost or about a year ago. And I would like to give the floor to Daphne Demetriou, who is our colleague from Mediterranean Institute for Gender Studies in Cyprus. She is a researcher and activist, and she was in charge of coordinating and guiding this process of focus groups that she will mention more about.
Exactly. And being mindful of time, I will start my timer. Thank you so much, Irina, and also for hosting us, not only for this introduction. I'm glad to be here with you today, and I will get right on it. So our project started about a year and a half ago, and the first collective action we took was to do research. And the reason for that is because gender disinformation is fairly new as a phenomenon or in research terms. So there have been disinformation campaigns for decades in various contexts, but putting a gender lens to it and looking through it from respected resources and really trying to establish a baseline of what this is and how it impacts us has only risen in the past few years. So our goal was to really go into the phenomenon, but understanding that each cultural context really affects how the phenomenon is played out. So we here represent the 4 participating countries. So we have Romania, Cyprus, Bulgaria, and Poland. And our goal was to go back to our local contexts and sort of not only do desk research, which is secondary research, so look into data that is published, but also do focus groups, which means talk with people. And we did it 2 ways. So we talked to experts, so stakeholders within the media landscape, journalists. We talked to people who run NGOs that do fact-checking, for example, so are already active in this space. And also we talked to young people who are affected by disinformation campaigns. And what you can see on the slide is that the number you can see, we ran 9 focus groups and we talked to 66 people in total. Thank you. And we focused on, at first it was a complex image, so we wanted to really put it into a format that it's easier to understand, sort of catalog it, if you will, and so go through, what is the format that these disinformation campaigns take? What are the channels that these disinformation campaigns are flowing through. Who are the targets and who are the perpetrators? Are there any demographics that jump out, etc., etc.? You can see on the slide where we wanted to focus. So I will quickly talk about Cyprus. So the first, when we talked with stakeholders particularly, but also we went back through media outlets and what they wrote about in the past years, we saw this urge in the topic of COVID being one of, the highly contested topic where people really had a lot to say. And as we've heard before, when there is uncertainty and people have this anxiety of not knowing, how to react to the world, they reach for simplistic answers. So COVID-19 was one of those cases where disinformation flourished. It really doesn't really have a lot to do with gender disinformation, but it's important to place it within the context of Cyprus. Then another topic is sex education, which has been ongoing since 2012 in Cyprus. However, in like a decade later, it resurged as a topic because some pictures were leaked in WhatsApp and Viber WhatsApp and Viber groups online where parents are in. And this picture showed inaccurate information that supposedly is being taught in schools in the topic of sex education. So what this did is this resurgence of a very large group of people kind of protesting against the class of sex education. There was a lot of misinformation, so parents not really knowing that this is not what's being taught, and then the Ministry of Education had to come forward a lot and really kind of rectify the situation, really provide the whole curricula and say, this is not what we're teaching. What we're teaching is another thing. So the rumors were that this class is trying to enforce homosexuality on children, and oh my God, what is happening to our world? So the two biggest themes are the sexist language targeted to politicians, women politicians in particular, and deep fakes that are sexual in nature and are created by male students directed at their female students and also their female teachers. So it's two topics that we see a lot and we saw in our research, and it has really affected the space. Okay, I have a minute to go, so I will keep it quick. This has really pushed the discussion into two opposites, so we see polarization in Cyprus. It has excluded a lot of female voices, so we have talked to journalists and we have talked to politicians who say, I closed all my social media profiles because I'm being attacked relentlessly and I cannot have this affect me in the way that it does. We had people go to the police for harassment because they just exist and have a voice in the political sphere or the public opinion. And we see communities being marginalized and excluded. So this is a big issue for us. Just as a side note, according to the global media monitoring research that is ongoing every 5 years in many, many countries around the world, what the data says in Cyprus, men are the subject of news in 86% of the stories. 86%, and 14% is left for women and others. So what I want to say with this is that the space is already limited. We are already in a shrinking space. So if you are using the limited space to attack, it's very, very harmful. So countering this, we don't have a very strong legal framework as in with regards to disinformation, however, we have legislation on sexism on offline and online, and what we see is that this also leads to this fake news versus freedom of speech debate. I can put a pin on that. We don't need to discuss it now, maybe later. And then what happens is that we are upskilling citizens through fact-checking initiatives. So there are NGOs and other initiatives that really try to teach people of how to think critically and not just accept whatever they read online. There are EU projects like ours that focus on that, and also the Union of Cyprus Journalists has really tried to create specialized workshops for their journalists. Thank you very much. I hope I didn't pass the time extremely.
Thank you very much, and I will we'll listen now to Małgorzata Kopka-Piotek. Thank you. She is a senior analyst at the Institute of Public Affairs in Poland. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Irina. Thank you for having me here. And it's a pleasure to be part of the GLENS project with our colleagues from Cyprus, Romania, and Bulgaria. Indeed, the Institute of Public Affairs is one of the partners, and we are running a project called Observatory of Gender Equality. And within this program, we do a lot of research on women in public sphere in general, or in gender roles in public sphere. And once we were asked by our colleagues to make the desk research and to create the focus groups, we discovered that everybody was really like, people that we invited were like, oh, finally somebody is speaking about it. Because it is not that unusual for Poland, and it's also in other countries that this gender-based violence is poorly defined. And it's, people, if they knew, if they heard the term, they really don't know. Even some researchers at our institute, they were like, Gosia, please explain me what is this gender-based violence? Because people cannot really imagine what we gender-based disinformation, because people not really can imagine what is about. And once you start telling some examples, also from the public spheres, you reach the audience. And this is why I think this project and all what we are doing is so important to raise the awareness. And sometimes what we also experience in the focus groups in the conversation was that gender-based disinformation is mixed up with this hate speech, with gender-based violence in the digital space, which is on the one hand good and bad. On the other side, this is all. All the phenomena are part of the same story. But as you mentioned in your intervention, it's when you want to fight against something, you need to define this very well. If you want to counter this phenomena, you need to know what you are fighting with, or that's why it's we are all still on this way. So what we figure out for Poland is that this primary purpose of all the actions that we found is to discredit women. To make this silent, this chilling effect in order to put them, smaller and not raising their voices. Portraying women as unsuitable for leadership or dependent on men. Without a strong man leader, you wouldn't be able as women to reach some career or positions and so on. And what was also told to us during the focus groups was that this main source or main weapon instrument is this visual things. This is also about, some comments, but also using these images very, very much when you manipulate the image of women with, of course, deep fakes and AI, which is helping, unfortunately. 2 examples from Poland on gender-based disinformation. One is this political dependency, so women cannot be this successful without having the man leader on their side. And this was a case of a far-right politician, Karina Bosak, which is a wife on another far-right politician, Krzysztof Bosak. He is in the parliament for longer than she is. But the story about her was she is politician only because he's man, right? His husband, her husband, and this sexualization. Using this kind of topics. It was in the last campaign, 2023. It was very famous. Put it this way, story about female candidate, young, attractive women, and it was used a deep fake using her image as she was like pornography star, which she wasn't. But it was, during the campaign, again, this approach to this discretization of her ability to be politician. Primarily women from the left wing parties, but also activists, very much women's rights activists, but also climate issues are concerned. Sometimes they are the same people, the same women, that they are both active on climate and women's rights. But also, what you also mentioned, it is men who are not fitting in this traditional frames of what is masculine, what is being defined as men. Main perpetrators are, again, when we have left wing on the one side, then we have right wing on the other side, activists and politicians. And what was also underlined in the focus groups, that among the young person, this is also in the teenage groups, this is also the dynamic that this is not only young boys offending the girls, but also girls offending other girls. That this is which is also difficult to counter, to fight with. Intersectionality, of course, Daphne said it also, this marginalized, vulnerable groups. For Poland, it is Roma women, Roma people in general, but Roma women, Ukrainian refugees, which are mainly women as well, and they are in big numbers in Poland for the moment, and the LGBT community. It was also with the previous government very big topic, and unfortunately, we see the fruits, let's call it, in the society for this. Key channels, this is more or less the same, also social platforms, but also like the classic media, the mainstream media, repeating or the content without fact checking, without having this reflection and step back and looking into the story. And what I said before is also using very much these images, which is sometimes even more difficult to fight with than with words, right? And what was also the topic of our focus groups was the role of artificial intelligence and all the new technologies, which are very, helpful for those they want to attack women, and then or these gender groups. Legal framework. We do not have any specific legal provisions addressing gender-based disinformation in Poland. It was 1 year ago. I hope this is changing now. We have here with us people from Polish, two very important institutions, and I hope that maybe they will in their intervention tell us more about some new developments and also about raising the awareness and among the administration and the stakeholders. They are important for changing also the law, and there is lack of research, actually. I mean, we have only one report, which is made by a Polish Institute of Media Monitoring, Institute Zamenhofa, and thanks to them, we had like some content for our project. And with this, I know that there is a research, but this is made by this National Institute, but this is not in the public domain. So I hope that one day we will also have some data from them. And what was also said during the focus group was that if we have research, this is very much concentrated on girls, not on boys or teenage men. So it's also hard, countering something when you don't know what is the problem and how is the exam. And experts in cybersecurity in general are often men, and this is again replicating this if you do not have this awareness about what is the topic, how it's important to talk about it, because those groups are not represented in the research, in the administration, in the stakeholders. It's difficult to push forward the action.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the insight from Poland. I will go on into looking on Romania. When we organized the focus groups in Romania, it was just few days after canceling the second round of the election campaign. It gives me chill even now to remember about those moments and what it would have meant, not only for this project, but for the life as activist or researcher working on gender equality and on civic engagement and a lot of things that would not have been possible anymore under far-right extremist regime. We got a lot of examples of narratives on gender-based disinformation in Romania from the researcher activists that were part of the 3 focus groups that we organized in Romania. One of the first that I would name, it is this devaluing and targeting high status women, and seeing this very double standards that are imposed to women politicians than to men politicians. Then we also saw that the LGBTQ+ community, it's highly targeted. It is instrumentalized to create fear, to polarize people, to make the people fearing European Union values, the Western, but the Western coming from European Union, not the Western coming from United States. For sure it had a very big impact on the people directly, on the community, and next also for the people that are part of the community to be part longer to be active in the society. As far as I know, we do not have any high-level politician who comes from the community and who would be openly part. And that's also because there is a very big fear not to be targeted. As well for women politicians, after they experience a lot of harassment, then it's discouraged them and also other future younger politicians to be in the open space. What we it was shared in the focus groups, and also one experience that I also had as a feminist activist is targeting women who are committed to feminist values or to gender equality, either activists or journalists, harassment and type of harassment that are not only in the online space, but they also translate into physical space and harassment and threats that can go even to make them fear walking out of the site or organizing such events. And it was to be mentioned that even organizing events like this, it's very different now than 10 years ago. Now it is always a concern if we would not be even physically attacked just for having an event and talking about gender equality. Then, of course, as organization highly committed to work on gender-based violence, we at Anais, it was very important for us to see how the discourse and the narrative around gender-based violence is seen in the media. And of course, there are a lot of narratives that are minimizing the violence, even sometimes there is about murder or very rape or very strong cases, victim blaming, and also for people who want to talk about these issues, they are saying, oh, it's not a real issue, or it happens very rarely, or it's not that important as you wanted to make it, and it's not something that we need to put on the political agenda. Again, there is a lot of discourse against, if we looked from an intersectional perspective, also Roma people and Roma women are especially targeted through this narrative. Yes, there are so many, it's hard to what to focus on. We learn from the colleagues that work on sexual education that this is also a topic that is comes with a lot of backlash, and basic thing about learning about people's bodies, it's something that is very much taboo in our society. And also if we would organizations that are working on this topic since more than 20 years are asking the state institutions to put it in the curricula, and this does not happen yet. And to be honest, we're not very optimistic that it will happen in the near future. And it is the feeling that we do steps behind. Then also about what is thought about women's body, access to abortion. There is a lot of disinformation on these topics, and of course, people who are working on these topics are also highly targeted. What we can do, there are many things, and we need commitment at many levels. We need also state institutions to put better laws and monitor what it happens in online. We need better legislation on this aspect. We need technical companies to be responsible on that, and not only to follow, to have massive commitment on their platform, but also to take responsibilities, because with great power comes big responsibility. If it is to focus on education, definitely we need media literacy. We need education for gender equality, and this to be not only in the curricula. This is a dream to have something in the curricula of on gender equality, but also to teach the teachers on how to approach these topics, how to disseminate in their classes if they talk about history, Romanian, foreign language, mathematics, how this gender equality is playing, and how we can encourage young people to share these values. There is for sure more to share on this, but I would like to give the floor now to Pepa Peneva, our colleague from Open Space Foundation, Bulgaria.
Thank you. Hello. First of all, I want to say a couple of words about my organization. We are not experienced with the gender topic. We're working with young people in the field. We are very close to them, and when some problems appear, we are this one in front line that try to help them to find solution. So 1 year before we start this project, what was the reality in Bulgaria? July 2023 in Stara Zagora, it's one of the biggest towns in Bulgaria. We have a case, one 18-year-old girl was injured from a man that she's with relationship with her. She has 4,000 cuts, 400 cuts on the skin from this man. It doesn't matter arrest and cases, what happened with him. After that, 1 year later, this situation is repeated again with another family this time. It's a husband that decided to punish a wife with 58 cuts again. So for us, the big question was why this happened and why this repeat again, and why we see a lot of reactions in especially girls in the countryside. Very often they say that she asked for it, she deserved it. So this was our very huge shock. What happened actually in our country, this violence in the real life to continue to repeat the same model and the same styles. It doesn't matter that the traditional medias make reports, arrest, and so on. Obviously, young people are not in traditional medias. They didn't follow them. And for us, it was a very huge question, what happened actually. And after going in this project and start to work with specialists, with researchers, with journalists, to realize that in digital space circulate a lot of videos that young boys and young men share. And these videos show how to punish your girlfriend, your husband, your wife, how to punish. And a lot of videos show that they hair shaving the woman for punish them, how beat them at home. So it's groups that they share this model of good behavior at home, how to teach your wife how to be good behaved. So what is the digital ecosystem in Bulgaria that we analyze? It's that today young people don't just consuming, they generate and amplify content online. Platform algorithm as a TikTok and Facebook reward shock value. All of this become norm for their behavior, and it's normally teach them what it's a normal masculine behavior. Very often it's appear revenge porn and manipulated images as a cheap fake. we realized that young people, especially it's in the closed groups in the social platform as Viber, it's very popular in Bulgaria, and not TikTok, Viber mostly, and Telegram, and they spread the gossips. From one side, it's a very huge pressure for them. They don't want to be there because all the time appear some stupid things for them, but from other side, they want to be there because not to miss some information for them. I cannot imagine what pressure it's nowadays to be young girl or even man, to be in relationship with somebody and after a week or something to appear for your intimate life, for your very personal story and appear, and a lot of people around see it. Varna is a town, who of you know actually Varna? Maybe our neighbor. It's a huge town, and I was very shocked to understand that 15, 17 years old young people, all of them, it doesn't matter in which school they study, they are on this group and waiting when some gossips will come for them. That it's absolutely huge pressure. So what focus groups actually show us, I want to say that, yes, it's November 2024, January 2025, it's 1 year ago, but what it's a result that it showed that mainly hates that status woman, politician and journalist, it's attacked in social medias. Of course, situation is very similar to Romania, Ukrainian female refugees also. It's a very often attacked young girls, not only beauty industry, but generally young girls. It's a very attacked in this results show it. Who is the perpetrators? Usually it's political parties. We have very radical political groups, politicians that spread such kind of information, media, online content creators, especially in YouTube and TikTok. Of course, online trolls and bots. AI also contribute a lot of here, and it's used even from young people. They share with us that, yes, I make a fake profile. I make some publishing of some of my classmates, and the problem is that they take this as a norma. For them, this is just a joke. What it's not only me, a lot of people doing this. So all of us living in this reality, actually. What is the forms? Cyber attacks, sexualized images. The situation is very similar, actually, as Romania. Telegram, it's one of the group that it's a more radical narrative spread. Traditional medias also. I want to point it here one newspaper, Telegraph, that's absolutely in the top. Regional medias also, they spread absolutely copy-paste narratives that come and that spread in the small villages. Tactic, it's of course to spread fake pictures. What is the core purpose actually? It's again to silence women, exclude them from a democratic process. Of course, the topic of Western value, it's a super often used, especially to polarize the society, and especially in the moment before elections. This is it. In Bulgaria, we are in the circle of, now we're going to the 8th time for the last 4 years for elections, so it's a topic that are used a lot from the politicians. About data resources, officially, it's absolutely lack of information from the government, or if they're doing something, we don't know, actually. Civic society reports in Bulgaria, we are lucky that at least we have some organizations that are active and doing something significant. Of course, Center for Study of Democracy is that we're supposed to give a gratitude to them. Open Society Foundation, unfortunately, a lot of people speak Soros people, and Sorosuites, they're supposed to be killed somehow. Bulgarian Fund for Women are very often attacked, and often even offline in charter some in some cases. Association of European Journalists in Bulgaria. And fact checks began. I'm very lucky that actually we are very lucky that we have them here, and in the next presentation we will listen them. So yeah, this is actually NGO sector. It's active in Bulgaria. It doesn't matter how often they are attacked, and even offline they have problems. One of the this NGO was even physically attacked from one political group in Bulgaria, so could imagine in what reality we're living. Law, there are no measures to implement the European Digital Service Act. Actually, in Bulgaria institution, it's inactive. We don't have a definition what it's illegal. Instead of this, they try to they abandon it. They take down the web pages and comments that are against politicians. So actually, protection it's not about illegal content. Even this year, they tried to vote to accept a law in the parliament about political. Please help me, Bulgarians. The law that they закона, който се опитаха да прокарат в парламента за наблюдаване на
draft law. They just proposed it. It was from the far right party, one of this extremist party, which protected politicians from media, from journalists. And after a strong reaction from the civil society, they just withdraw the law.
Thank you, Ivan. And actually, on this background, we had a law in Bulgaria that was accepted in August 2024 that in school it's absolutely forbidden to speak about sex and gender. So even active teachers and more critical orientated, even if kids put the question in school, for teachers it's absolutely forbidden to discuss this topic, and they could be punished. So I could imagine in what reality we work in Bulgaria. Of course, initiatives, it's mostly coming from NGOs, some campaign to raising awareness, educational programs exist. We have a coalition of media literacy that it's very active. They try to collect in one place organizations that have resources that are active and could provide some knowledge in this direction. But concerning to the law, we are with a lot of obstacles and a lot of troubles. As a conclusion, and specialists say that we're supposed to working in the field, a lot of fields, education, protecting people, protecting victims, and working also with the perpetrators. And we're supposed to be as a being, not to stop, not to deal only with one conference, only with one training, only with one things. We're supposed to be as a bee. Thank you.
Thank you, Peppa, and thank you for all of you for giving insights on the realities of different European countries. We have a little bit of time for questions from the audience. So maybe if you have more curiosity on one of the countries or about, or maybe you want to share a similar fact that you also observed, now it is your time to share it. Okay, perfect.
Please, Daniela.
Thank you so much. First of all, I want to say kudos to the Polish women for getting out in the street during the black protest. I didn't see it in your slides, but the fight, you were an example to us in Romania, for instance. I mean, you Polish women and men, by the way, because I was there in Warsaw streets with them. So I know what it felt like. They asked me to talk about the status of, Romanian women who went through abortion that was banned for 23 years in Romania. So that was fantastic. So that I keep thinking, what tools do we have to counteract all of this BS, to put it mildly? So kudos to you. And also for Bulgaria, I'm surprised because I know you have the Bulgarian Gender Research Foundation, the only one in Europe that actually organized training for lawyers in our region to teach them how to fight all of these things in court, by the way, because these people who do these horrible acts should be taken to court. And we have the lawyers to actually do that. And you have a coalition and all that, and a very strong reproductive health NGO. But despite all of these things, how can we, again, be better to do that? And I wanted to ask Irina also, how did you manage to launch the manual about how to teach gender equality in schools for teachers? Because that was something. I mean, we have the tools. We manufacture the tools. We are excellent activists and advocates. How do we not get there in the front lines, and we're still, complaining about everything that is done against us? Thank you.
Thank you very, Daniela, and thank you for bringing the question. To give more context for the audience, Daniela is talking about material that I work on with colleagues of mine from the Coalition from Gender Equality. It was a different project and under different organizational umbrella, but we worked on material for teachers on how to include gender equality in their work in the classrooms. So a part of the material, and it is like, Daniela also brought it here. It was not planned, but I will show it to you. So the material is quite big. It has like 200 pages, and there is a chapter going on the theoretical part to give some insights for the teachers on what is gender, what are the basics of understanding of gender equality. Then we went on with some chapters with recommendations in what fields it will suit to include gender equality in the curricula, Romanian curricula, and of course also to have some intersectional perspective, and last but not least, recommendations of activities that different teachers can put into the history class or in the ore de dirigenție, in the counseling classes, and so on. Unfortunately, we had also a lot of, fortunately, we have a lot of good feedback from teachers, but we also had a very strong backlash. And when I was giving examples for activists of being harassed, even physically harassed, or events being threatened, or not feeling safe on street, it was after something that I would consider it's so very basic. And on one side, we have institutions, state institutions, saying it's so important to work on this, but on the other side, we would need much more support into not only to stay at the effort of small organizations, but to disseminate it to teachers, to do some
scaling and to have some train of trainers and then to go with these trainings for teachers. Thank you for that. And I used also the opportunity to give examples also how there is a lot of disinformation, because on this manual there was a lot of disinformation that it will make kids to be gay, it will and so on and so forth. There are a lot of the narratives that were given as examples here. They were also used against this manual, that it's such a small initiative. So it was printed, this one here, it's one of the 200 copies that we have, because the funding was only for 200 copies. So yeah, and there is also a lot of energy for the right-wing extremists. We can chat about this or about our conversation in here more about during the coffee break. But if now there is one more question for our audience, or please, if you want to have more intervention, please.
Just one, because you were mentioning the Polish women's protesters and strikes. Thank you for that, and thank you for being noticed that we went to the streets. You ask what are our tools, right? What we can do. I mean, during our women protests and strikes, we experience a lot of solidarity with women from other countries. It was, and this is our weapon. That we do act together, cross the social groups. I mean, cross the gender also. I mean, we need also men for this, definitely. But we need also different social groups, also different age groups to the street. It was you could see a lot of young women, but also these young women were with their mothers or grandmothers together. It was very nice picture, but also crossing the national borders. We got a lot of support with visitors, but also with money from other countries, from other governments, that we were able to organize all the actions, and all those, they were like living on the streets for some years and organizing the action, were able to use this financial also support, but also exchange what about the techniques they are used against us, because this our research showed also that there are patterns, they used all around the world, more or less. I mean, of course we have this local context, but you can see also the patterns, this is so similar, this using this Western values as a assault, right? I mean, I grew up in the time where being part of the Western civilization was, our ambition, and it was something good. And now you hear that you are Westernized, it's something bad. It's like, for me, come on, you're kidding? This is not with me, but I know that they are using this very much in all our countries, right? So this is how we can learn not to, develop all the instruments and all the ways again and again, but also share it. What was successful in one country or in another country, in order to gain this, this power and this energy that we need for this, definitely, and not to lose them, on single actions in isolated places, but to feel the solidarity. I think it's our power.
Yeah. Thank you for all the input, and please use the time during the coffee breaks to discuss more with the speakers and with the partners here of Gillian's project. Now I would want to invite a very well recognized feminist, activist, and researcher coming from Croatia. I'm very honored and
and I felt very happy when she said, yes, I'm coming to the conference. So Lana Bobik, I give you the floor. Thank you.
Like we are all dealing in the gender disinformation generators are basically anti-gender movement, and listening to all of you, it sounds like this is some kind of a global network of very different actors. Who would say? I'm just being sarcastic. Okay, let me start. This doesn't have to do much with what I will be talking today, but it also does. Here you can see me and my partner in crime, Greta Grakalic-Grachki, a colleague theologian and activist with this Theologiona, which means theology plus she in Croatia. And this is our new project that we decided to start, and that drops everything that we have been doing until now in the field of research, activism, writing, because we realized that the field that we have to be working in is digital platforms and social media, because in every other field, I feel like we have come to institutional walls even, but I will come to that a bit later. This is a very hard project to do because you cannot get funding for it. The thing is that secular organizations and institutions don't understand why theology and gender equality field, and then the faith-based organization thinks that we are too radical. And I have to know that I'm very proud to be radical, because believing in social equity, if that is radical, then I'm very proud to be called a radical. I'm sorry, I will make a short pause. I need to take my mobile because I need it for time management. Thank you. Up. No, a mobile. Thank you. So why I do think that theology is important in this matter is because I believe you all know, I think situation in Romania is similar with situation in Croatia, that more than 85% of people consider themselves to be believers. In Croatia, it's Roman Catholic Church. In Romania, it's Romanian Orthodox Church. And we all know to this day, because anti-gender movements have been researched, that they come from American Christian fundamentalism. So just to give you a small sneak preview, what happened in Croatia, the movement peak in Croatia was from 2012 to 2017. They're still very active with similar topics at transphobia, homophobia, etc. to it, but I decided to take just a peek because this is a time where they actually entered the mainstream and infiltrated institutions. And of course, as you can see here, the topics are always and everywhere the same. It's gender, whether it's gender equality, whether it's gender studies, etc. It's comprehensive sexual education, it's abortion and reproductive rights, it's LGBTIQ rights, it's marriage and family, it's also democracy, but we will not be talking about that today. Why did I underline comprehensive sexual education? Because I think when it comes to education, This is the most important part. So if we want, as Paula was saying, if we need to teach men consent, if we need to teach people emotional literacy, then we need comprehensive sexual education in schools, because we know it's not only about sex, biology of sexuality, it's also the field of psychology, sociology, etc., etc. And it learns gender equality, it learns nonviolent conflict transformation, it learns boundaries, it learns, as I already said, consent, etc., all these things that are important for our young people, I will say even children, to be to have more tools to understand gender misinformation. So in Croatia, it's not obligatory. We have it like an experiment in few schools, and every time when we try to make it obligatory, we have a huge anti-gender backlash, and I think it is very understandable why. So strategies they use, there are many strategies, but this is very important for what I want to talk about today. It's manipulation, misinformation, it's the overturning the thesis, creating moral panic, fear, and anger. This is crucial because without it, they have no chance, and creating huge polarization in society. I will not be talking about use of democratic tools to undermine democracy, institutional infiltration, which is very important today, because we do not have time, but it is important to underline it somewhere. So I showed you what happened in timeline with anti-gender movements, and I have to show you this. This is a book, How to Understand Gender, the History of Conversation and Different Understandings in Church. This book was written in 2011 by a nun who is also working at the Institute of Social Sciences, Ivo Pilar, in Croatia. And she basically, what she did in this book, she completely deconstructed the gender ideology discourse. She tracked the discourse to USA, Christian fundamentalism, and anti-feminism movements, and showed how it influenced Vatican on Beijing in 1995, where this whole thing started to completely grow. And she showed us how gender perspective is used in academia for decades, including theology, and gender not being an ideology, it cannot be an ideology because it is a tool of analysis. So I'm going to use the stickers we got because they are very important. Critical thinking is gender justice. So in theology, we put gender as a tool of justice because of this. Unfortunately, not much people read the book, and she had not much influence, and she stood very marginalized. Why? Because she is a nun. So it's very important to question our own stereotypes. Great thing about this amazing woman is she's not only working in the field of academia, but with her colleague, partner in crime, Zilka Spahic-Ciljak, who is an Islam theologian. She started a feminism and religion school, fairschool.organization, you can look it up, where they actually put religion and gender studies together and educate people. But this education is made on mostly academic level. So deconstruction, you've already been saying we have to research these movements, we have to understand them, etc., etc. And we did deconstruct these movements and research them on academia level, on journalism level. Journalism level was very important for tracking the money, for seeing who they get money from, what's the agenda behind this absurd thing that was seeming so absurd 10 or 15 years ago, and on activist level. But deconstruction is not enough. And why is that? Something wrong happened here, but it's okay. Well, because their strategy is actually brilliant. They don't work on the level of facts, they work on the level of emotions. And we all know that emotion color facts and they intensify conflict. This is why emotional literacy is so important. So you have the situation, we live in multiple crises, climate crisis, democracy crisis, everything is a crisis. And you have very simple answers, as Paula said, to very complex realities. So you come up with a scapegoat. You know, it's the trans people, it's the feminists, it's the LGBT people, it's whoever. And you manipulate, misinform, and create moral panic about that. So gender ideology becomes a threat to children, family, homes, tradition, life. And you create conflict. Conflict is not bad. It's something that is normal when we have discussions. But what I think we missed, or in Croatia, we tried to fight this with facts. What about facts in the situation when you totally got people charged on emotion? That doesn't work. And what we forgot to see is what we learned from nonviolent conflict resolution is that conflict is always based on unresponded needs. So we need to go back to see what are the needs beneath these fears and these angers that are being created on. So we changed the strategy and it started to work better. Instead of fighting anti-gender movement with facts, we started to ridicule them. We started to ask questions. Oh, seriously, which tradition are you trying to preserve? The one when women were owned by men, where children were owned by men, etc., etc. Also, I'm asking with follow the money, what's the agenda behind? And now in this year, we really have researched these movements and we know a lot about them, but that's still on the academia level, the level of our activists, and we still think education is very important. I still do education on strategies among my peers in civil society, etc. But for the wider audience, for the wider public, this just doesn't work. So addressing the real threat. So if you're not being able to live normally today, to provide for your family, is this really the LGBTIQ people's fault? What's happening here? And deconstruction and construction, we realized that we need to create alternative narratives, alternative education as well. What I mean by alternative narratives, too often in the beginnings, we were being reactive. So they set the discourse, and it's always affirmative discourse, you know. It's always for something, for the children, for the family, and then we go against it. So we lose this battle in the beginning. So let's start doing alternative narratives which go to these topics, but without being reactive to them. So we decided to play. In Bonafide is an organization we've been, I told you in the beginning, and we decided we were doing educations, we were doing research, we were doing serious articles, but it didn't go out of our, bubble and suspected usual suspects. So what we decided to do, and we are developing this now, is to go on social media. And what we decided to do as well, and I'm not sure, is that because of we are too tired, or it's because of we realize this is a great tool, but we decided that we need to have fun and we have to use humor. Because, yeah, I'm being an angry feminist, and this is a great fuel for me. It's good, but I also want to have fun. And I have bad news for you. We lost. Not in the end game, but right now, if we look at the world around us, we're losing the game. This is not our time. So if this is the situation, we might as well have fun with it. So this is how we are having fun. Very important for us is the topic of sexuality is very important. because this is why they are attacking sexual education, etc. And we live in a society where our sexuality is a taboo, but sex is a sensation. So this is something that we want to overturn, and we also want to have fun with it. So we started to use theology to make a point on positive sexuality. This says, towards the theology of female's body, and God created clitoris. Because she did. We even use she for God, you know. And this is the way we're playing. This is why they think we're crazy and radical. But this is actually something that resonates really good with wider audience. And then through this shocking thesis, which are not shocking at all if you think about it better, we start to explain how the suppressions of women's sexuality, of different types of sexualities, is correlated with gender-based violence, how putting shame on women's sexuality is correlated with gender-based violence, and showing actually the wider agenda behind what anti-gender movements are doing. So as I said, if we are where we are, of course you can see us, we're always playing with the apple. Why the apple? Because of the Eve. Eve is the one who is being, you know, she's guilty for the fall of the man, so we're playing with that as well. So this is from our manifest. Pleasure is the good news of the theology of the female body. And we're not talking just about physical pleasure, we're talking about very responsible pleasure, and pleasure that understands the boundaries and that understand the responsibility we have to ourselves, but towards the other people. And what we are trying to do is totally change the game, but have fun while doing it, because I'm really, really tired from burnouts, from being angry, for feeling so my hands tied in this world that has gone completely mad. And through this discourse, we're not just doing this on the field of sexuality, we're actually trying to deconstruct and show how this whole thing is also connected to the militarization of our societies, etc., etc. I think my time is up, but I think I gave you an idea of what we're trying to do here. And I will just say one more thing: whatever you do, please have fun. That's the best prevention for burnout, which I think every activist has expired. And I have to use this because it is beautiful. So stay in solidarity. Thank you.
Now for your speech. No, we still need you for answering for some Q&A. And actually, the stickers were designed as an inspiration, actually, from the email exchange that I had with you, because Lana all the time answers with in solidarity. So thank you for giving us input in very different ways. For sure.
I'm sorry, you also inspired me. This is a great sticker, Disinformation divides, because they create anti-gender movements, create disinformation so they can divide. So I forgot to use it.
Let's see. Daniela has some question. I would really want to give her the microphone. Yes, please, Dan.
Maybe if you have no other takers.
Let's see. Probably questions are more preparing.
Congratulations.
No, it will start.
Croatia is very...
Madalia.
Croatia is an example country for us. I'm part of a regional network, and our Croatian colleagues from BABE and other organizations are really strong. They have always led the way. But what I found really important in everything that you said is follow the money. That's the key thing that is going to help us develop the tools that we need to counteract all the effects. And what I can say, it's something that we can resort to, is a couple of publications, actually. The tip of the
iceberg, Neil
you
data,
know,
yeah, of
21, restoring the natural order, because that's what they want to do. And now the new report is the next wave, how religious extremism is regaining power. And that's what's actually going on. And this is by the European Parliamentary Forum for Sexual and Reproductive Health. These are like our Bibles, they should be, because that's where we find the bad guys who are funding all the extremism and everything that we have to counteract. So, but solidarity is the key, and I agree with you totally. Thank you.
And these are very important publications, and it shows how there is no coherent ideology behind it. It's you know, you have these movements are being financed by both Christian nationalists from USA and Russian oligarchs. You know, it's a crazy situation, but I assume you all know this if you're researching anti-gender movements, so I didn't want to go there and because of the time.
Yes, we have one more question.
Is there an English version available online for Rebecca Anich's book?
No, I don't think so, but I can send to Irina, then she can send. Rebecca has been working on a European level, so she does have some works that are translated either to English, either in German, that are not this book, but are kind of a summary of the book, you know. So I can send the links because some of them are free online, and then she can send to the participants.
Thank you.
Thank you. A question that I also had in mind. I'm not sure if it is for the time that we had, but one question that I'm not sure. We have more raised hands. Oh, there, please.
Thank you for this very interesting presentation. In Romania, we are called progressists because we have beliefs shared with you. And I was wondering if your campaign reaches the target group, because I think you speak my language, not their language.
Yes, this is what we're working on now, because what we were doing until now, we realized we're working with our own bubble. You know, we'll go to a page and read an article that we wrote about all this. That is okay, we're trying to use a simpler language, but still is a long article, and we know how the concentration span over the 10 years, you know, not really good news in that department. But this is why we're developing this project where we're trying to put everything that we are working on digital platforms, on social media in very, very short and comprehensive ways. And we still didn't figure it out, but I think it's okay to be figuring it out and to test it. And then, you know, test it with your nana, with your aunt, then go out, etc. It's a process, and for me, it was really, I'm also kind of a media person. And for me, it was always a challenge because many of the things that we say and terminology we use is so understandable to us, yet people outside our bubble don't understand it. So how to translate, but not oversimple. Because there is a serious threat, as Paula said, in oversimplifying things. And when you said gender-based violence, how we use it just for women, this is in Croatia what happened with the Istanbulic Convention. When the anti-gender movement attacked, we put everything on, no, this is not about trans people, no, this is not gender ideology, this is about protecting women from violence. This was a mistake. Because it led to a short-term victory, but it led to a long-term huge problem. So it's also, besides having fun, it's also okay to do mistakes, because we learn from mistakes. My strategies are totally different than the ones that I used 10 years ago, because I learned. during the process. And I think that's also an answer. We learn how to communicate better as well.
Thank you, Lana, for bringing such a rich discussion and a big perspective. A big applause for you. And for sure, you can use later the time over lunch to discuss more with Lana. You can also find more YouTubes with her and her presentation. I particularly liked one on motherhood, and it's very easy to find just if you Google Lana's name. Thank you for having you here. And I would like...
Thank you for having me.
I would like now to invite here on the floor for a more reflective moment Zabia Abo, who is a researcher, activist, but also artist. And she wants to encourage you not only to take ideas, but also to support you in processing them and to exchange on that with others.
Thank you, Irina, for the introduction. So, as said, my name is Zabia Abul Jadail. So, I'm a Syrian Portuguese researcher and artivist. I try to use my voice to advocate for cases such as climate change and gender equality. So, for me, I think that gender-based disinformation has many forms. Going back in time before the social media, stereotyping and tradition were always affecting the crowd opinions throughout history. For example, in Syria, women were represented as goddess beside men, and I think in other countries also. Whereas nowadays, women, not only in Syria or the third world countries, but also in advanced economies, are still fighting and trying to get their basic rights. I think, as mentioned today, about the role of education being a starting point to correct the past into a more just world. Why I agree on that? Because I believe deep inside of us, everyone holds their inner child somewhere inside. And we can see that this information is one form of bullying that is happening actually in a very early stage in schools. So, and since we are, as I mentioned, we hold our inner child, so unfortunately with the open access to social media is becoming more viral, and the bullying transformed into a more technological vile attack spreading against others. So, nevertheless, events like this conference are really encouraging us to, and also solidarity, as we mentioned, to keep going and to be more optimistic about the future. And here I would gently ask the participants, our estimated participants, to discuss among themselves. I mean, maybe we can group into 2 people and discuss this question. Something I learned today and I want to remember in 6 months. And I will give you for this about 5 minutes, please.
Yeah, you should. I'll let you. Bun, cred că tu te ocupi de social media. Ok, mulțumim pentru...
right. Thank you for the good vibes. I see a lot of energy in the room. Nobody is listening to what I'm saying. Okay, so, hello. Okay, thank you so much for having this time to reflect on the question. I would like to hear you, and I would take some people. I don't know if there are volunteers who would like to share what you've been discussing. Don't be shy. So the question was something you learned today and you would keep up until 6 months from now. Go on. You're very brave.
I wanted to say that we joined quite recently. And
What's your name?
Kate.
Kate.
And one thing that I think will stay with me for a long time is that the fact that this topic isn't discussed a lot. So once you go out of this place, right, out of this conference, you forget about it. So I just realized how here you talk about this and this is a real issue, but once you get out of this place, it's not like mathematics in school, right? Something that is present in your life, right? That you're aware, you're like completely aware of it. And yeah, that sitting here made me realize, whoa, that's actually a big topic. Why isn't it discussed everywhere around, like in the cities and places, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a quick realization that I had. Yes. And yeah.
Thank you so much, Kate. We were discussing with Daniela before that people, they don't feel engaged until you touch very sensitive point inside of their hearts. So they start to reflect on their own experiences. So this is actually the goal out of this conference. So who's next?
I would like to say, oh my God, this is so loud. My name is Alexandra, and we are second-year students at the university in Bucharest. And we are actually here by mistake. We went to the library, and we are like,
good mistake, yeah?
But wait, I'm really emotional because this movement is very personally important for me. I wanted to say that, for example, in university, I've never heard of any type of informational movement for women. This is very important for me because abusive relationship at our age is very common.
Yeah.
I didn't know I am any type of abused because this gender thing is not talked enough for our generation. And I would like, I don't know who I can talk to here to ask how can I provide this information in our university? Is this possible? How to make this information more public? It's very important for me, and I'm honestly shocked I got to be here. I don't know, this is
good mistake.
Impressive how I got here, but I am glad that this is happening and there are people moving this in our world. Thank you.
I mean, this is the aim of this conference, is about education, how to educate others and especially students. So I believe you have a lot of experts to answer your question. Who's next? Thank you. Yeah, please.
Hi. Well, what I will take with me is maybe the revelation that we should, as soon as possible, include emotional intelligence into media literacy and information integrity trainings for students.
Amazing. Thank you.
Not that fact-checking is not important, but together with it, emotional intelligence should be something we should strive to as non-formal educators.
Who else? Please.
I don't think it's something I learn here, but I think it's very important for me not to forget to have fun when organizing the resistance.
Yeah.
Because as I see here, a lot of known faces from the activist movement, feminist activist movement in Romania, and I know so very well that we are so much in burnout, and we are exhausted of having this fight for many years. And I think it's very important to keep our solidarity and also having fun, because there is still a lot of work to do, and it's important not to burnout, to go into burnout in this process, and take care of ourselves in order to be able to fight for many years.
Thank you. So I would like to thank you all. And before going to lunch, I just want to tell you that there are these flip charts that please feel free to come and put your contribution. So the first topic is something that I want to share with others. And that's what you were saying about sharing with your colleagues. So an idea, a project I work on, a resource recommendation. The second is what gives me hope in this room. People, idea, energy, solidarity, and I would add food. One thing I want to try when I go home. At work, in activism, in research, in conversations. The last is one moment today that I stayed with me. A quote, an example, a feeling, and a story. Thank you so much for your attention. And I hope you have a bon appetit, and I hope you have a good lunch, all of us. And please feel free to also to communicate and network with people that you didn't have the chance to talk or to get to know more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zabia. Please use the time that you have in the lunch time to enjoy the food, of course, but also maybe to leave some notes and also to look on the notes that the others wrote. This poster will stay in here, and it's a good also memory for us, and also a way also how to take your ideas more. We will be back in this room a quarter after 2 o'clock, and please enjoy the meal. And if there are people who are leaving now and they need to please leave the headsets for the translation at the door, it's very important for us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We will start the next panel. Okay, good afternoon and thank you for joining us. I am Andra Mureșan, a journalist at Cenano, and I will be hosting today's panel, in which we will explore the complex landscape of gender-based disinformation across Central and Eastern Europe. We will look at how anti-gender narratives circulate across borders, how fear and moral panic are mobilized through gender, and how social media platforms and AI technologies amplify these dynamics. Gender-based disinformation is not only an online phenomenon, it directly affects democratic participation, fundamental rights, and trust in public institutions. We are joined today by 4 researchers and practitioners who will present research from Poland, Romania, Bulgaria, and the Republic of Moldova. And with that being said, I will be presenting our first speaker, who is Natalia Grimpeter, a senior specialist at the Disinformation Analysis Center of NASK, the Research and Academic Computer Network in Poland. Natalia works in the narrative trend analysis and fact-checking team, where her daily work focuses on science and health-related misinformation. In 2025, her research also expanded to monitoring gender-based disinformation narratives. In her presentation, Blurred Lines, How Disinformation Shapes Gender-Based Discriminatory Narratives, Natalia will discuss European and national legislative frameworks, gender bias, anti-gender movements, and the role of social media and AI in amplifying information. And I guess you can go and take the floor. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to present today. And I would like to also take a moment to briefly introduce my organization, the Disinformation Analysis Center. As you already mentioned, it's part of the research institute based in Poland, and we operate under the Ministry of Digital Affairs. We are continuously monitoring and analyzing disinformation. We are working through 4 teams. First is the Rapid Response and Disinformation Detection Team, which conducts real-time monitoring. The second one, Narrative Trend Analysis and Fact-Checking Team. This is my team. It verifies circulating content and analyzes selected dominant narratives. There is also external threat analysis team that monitors foreign infosphere, and finally the disinformation campaign analysis and detection team that investigates coordinated disinformation networks. I would like to share a brief insight from our monitoring work in the first half of the last year of 2025, when we observed anti-women narrative circulating first mainly in March around the International Women's Day, interestingly, and later during the presidential campaign, which was featuring 2 female candidates. And this analysis focused on messages attacking women's political participation, women as leaders, and also their voting rights, revealing how disinformation and this discriminatory content can merge into a single storyline. So the narrative began with the claim that women had already destroyed Europe, whatever that may mean for anyone. It then escalated into fear, suggesting that women were now about to destroy Poland. And finally, it offered an extreme, but I must admit, quite logical conclusion that women's voting rights should be revoked. But I must also note that the third conclusion, solution part of the narrative wasn't big. It was relatively small. I think it's important to also acknowledge it. So overall, this structure illustrates how disinformation can be used to spread and normalize this discriminatory attitude, and especially in the context of an election, which can be a quite sensitive context. Please note also that the analysis does not cover issues related to abortion and reproductive rights, although those topics were also raised during the presidential campaign in false and misleading ways. So I was only focusing, and it was a conscious choice, on the area of women's political activity and voting rights. So what we observed was a narrative stating that women have already destroyed Europe. It was built almost entirely on gender-based framing, without facts, without context, without any form of argument. Europe was portrayed as lost or destroyed simply because of several of its leaders being women. There is no policy critique, no discussion, no argument about decisions or governance, just gender. And within this narrative, women are depicted through a set of hostile and highly stereotyped traits: irresponsible, neurotic, narcissistic, evil, pure evil. And these portrayals aimed to I have also always troubles with pronouncing this word, delegitimize women's participation in politics, not through evidence and argument, but through emotional, like character-based attacks. Women were frequently reduced to symbolic tropes. Sometimes the witch trope was used. And another important element in this claim was its foreign origin. We observed a multilingual spread of identical or nearly identical messages, along with fake or manipulated materials, and signs of deliberate amplification. This narrative did not emerge domestically in Poland. Maybe you may have also observed it in your countries, in your language, because it was widely disseminated. Here are some examples. On the left, manipulated pieces of press coverage. So there was basically this manipulated screenshot from the article with fake headlines, and you can see the correct one on the slide. And on the right, a particularly interesting example for me, because it attempted to create a false sense of consensus by mimicking the style of neutral news or reporting. It appeared, or at least try to appear objective, but it does not relate to any real event. Instead, it gestures vaguely toward the broader infosphere and then uses the question, "Do you agree?" to prompt social media users to respond and then further amplificate and disseminate this type of content. Also, these examples show who was targeted, mainly Ursula von der Leyen, but also other European leaders, Angela Merkel, and not mentioned here, not visible here, but also there was some content on Christine Lagarde, the president of the European Central Bank. The second part of the narrative was different. What we see in this cluster of messages was a narrative targeting women in various roles within public life in Poland. And those attacks were aimed not only at women in position of power, including the candidates, but also at ordinary women, expressing their political views or their support for certain candidates. Well, actually, for all the candidates, it wasn't like really relevant who they supported. Although some were more visible. It also targeted women as, in general, as a voting group. And these narratives appeared in multiple contexts, frequently blended with anti-immigration, anti-European themes. So, unlike the previous narrative, which had foreign origins and showed these signs of coordination, this one appeared largely domestic
and was far more dispersed, taking on varied forms across the information environment. And let me give you a few examples of how these messages merge anti-immigration rhetorics with, for example, sexism and racism. In Polish online discourse, we have the name Julka, used as a derogatory stereotype for young women, progressive, pro-European, and they are often blamed or mocked through claims that they supposedly seek relationship with black men, and they then being shamed for like their sexuality, or there's this combination of gendered insult and racialized fear-mongering that can be tied also to this claim that Europe is going to be destroyed, meaning white Europe. Another example involves age-based stereotypes targeting older women who are portrayed as demanding, pushing things. It's another name, Grażyna, used in this type of narrative, and it's very similar to Karen meme in English language. You might know this type of narrative. So those are the examples. And the third part, which I mentioned, wasn't big, fortunately, but it shows many approaches and many strategies how a single discriminatory idea can be expressed, each one pushing the boundary a little further. It may begin with a subjective statement and expression of opinion, in my opinion. Women should not have voting rights, which frames the message as just a personal view. It may soften its impact, but it can easily shift into this statement, opinion presented as a fact or as a statement, as a declaration, without any justification or context, and there can be further steps taking this further. Sometimes it can be a question that appear to engage the audience to express similar, supposedly, ideas. So there's many rhetorical strategies that help normalize this kind of extreme idea simply by treating it as something worth discussing. Sometimes the message can also turn into a call to action in a milder version. For example, that's why we should take away women's voting rights, or in a more hostile version visible at the bottom of the slide. But it's not just the phrasing, it's also the context. So, for example, this opinion presented as the first one can be published by a low-profile account, but imagine it is published over 100 times in response to women expressing their political views. So there's this persistence that is another quality of this type of content. But some of those statements were published by a very popular trolling accounts with many followers, and there was this strategy of grabbing attention and simply putting a light on this extreme discriminatory narrative. What I wanted to highlight with my presentation and with those examples are the blurred lines, those parts of the narrative that go beyond narrowly defined disinformation and move into a space where many manipulative tactics can merge with discriminatory or even openly hateful expressions. It targets not only public figures, but also ordinary women expressing their views, participating in online discussions. manipulation techniques often go beyond the duality of truth and falseness or falsehood. Personal opinions can be presented as facts. There are unjustified generalizations and exaggerations, but also irony, sarcasm, and humor is also, or pseudo-parody or quasi-parody can be used. And it allows harmful messages to circulate. And this is my last slide. I wanted to highlight selected consequences for the education, although it is not my field of expertise, but I wanted just to throw some ideas. I think it's important to notice that fighting this kind of messages, narratives, should go beyond fact-checking, because in fact, very often there is nothing to fact check. It's a ground of opinions, of hateful language, of discrimination. I think it's also worth focusing on broader objectives of this type of disinformation. So the noticing that it goes beyond individual politics. Individual attacks. So it is undermining democratic institutions and civic participation. And also something that was, I think, mentioned before earlier today, it is important, in my opinion, to focus on the audiences that are witnessing this harm, because these type of narratives often normalize and make these types of narratives looks like they can be accepted, they can be normalized, and that the harm is acceptable. So those are maybe my 3 points to this educational layer of the discussion. Thank you very much.
You were right in time. I forgot to mention this, but I guess if you've been here all day, you know that you can write your questions, and at the end we will take questions. So if you have one for Natalia, just write it down. And we will go next to our next speaker, who is Janice Shehu, a political theorist and researcher specializing in feminist political theory, feminist epistemology, gender studies, and deliberative democracy. Janice has extensive experience in qualitative research and critical discourse analysis. In her presentation, Disinformation, Polarization, and Democratic Erosion, she looks closely at Romania's elections from 2024 to 2025, more precisely at our presidential elections and the whole mess that was with them. So, Janice, over to you.
First of all, I want to open this presentation by presenting otherwise myself. Besides being a researcher, I'm also an immigrant from Albania and a feminist scholar. And these elections, in plural, have affected me emotionally. It has been a long period since I was in my last year of my PhD, also investigating and monitoring Romania's elections, where the basic topics were gender, migration, how women have been perceived in these elections, and how immigrants were considered as the faulty ones for everything that was going wrong in Romania. A little bit of context, continuing somehow with the Polish example. I don't know if you have heard what happened last year in Romania. We had presidential elections for 2 times, and the parliamentary elections. Actually, 2024 was a loaded electoral year. We had European election, local elections, then parliamentary election, presidential election, which was cancelled. The second tour was cancelled, and then we retook the presidential election the next year in 2025. As I said, a very emotional loaded period, which somehow affected, I think, for me and my colleagues, because this presentation is part of a study that I conducted with my colleagues from our faculty, with the help of our students who volunteered to gather all the data. And due to that data, today we have some results of our an idea of what happened last year. What happened in Romania wasn't actually something, an isolated case. As we saw today, and probably we will hear later on and tomorrow, democratic erosion, backsliding, populism, liberalism, it's happening everywhere around Europe. We can see that it's a general, we can see general elements towards other European countries. But what we saw in this investigation, in this study, was a clear political polarization that has been used in the electoral campaign. And what we did investigate was the political discourse of political candidates in the parliamentary and presidential elections. We selected some of the parliamentary candidates and all of the presidential candidates in the presidential election. What we noticed actually was how this political discourse especially targeted women, ethnic minorities, and LGBTI communities, as I said earlier, but especially forming this kind of dichotomies, duality between us and them, us meaning the traditional Romanian typo. They created somehow a standard way of being a Romanian, which they consider, they in this case, are the far-right candidates. They created these elements of traditional Romanian citizen towards or in opposite with what these candidates considered as being the globalized, European, progressive, feminist, individual citizens. So we try to make an intersectional analysis and investigation in order to observe what happened if we not only see women as a generalized concept or as a term, but actually look at how presidential and parliamentary candidates refer to women or ethnic minorities or LGBT communities with other social context, whether the Roma community, for example, was part of the electoral campaign, or if disability appears as another important political element, or social class. But apparently, the hypothesis that actually there exists a homogeneous us towards there that also is not very. It is specified, as I said, the globalists, Europeans who are trying to destroy our traditional norms, our family. So this is why we chose to participate. We try to conduct an intersectional analysis. Here I'm trying to theorize why gender was considered as a polarizing political threat, because somehow it threatens patriarchal authority, the heteronormative family, and the social order. Gender is also considered as a catch-all symbol because somehow can try to compress every fear that we have, whether it's climate change, whether it's economic troubles, the future. Gender was considered as a catch-all term that was something to be blamed on. It was treated as a scapegoat, as I don't know, someone earlier mentioned, to blame for everything bad that was happening in the country. They also try to push gender in the same category as migration, moral decline, loss of social control, which actually helped to transmit a further polarization, if it already existed, and create a social and political dichotomy between citizens and voters. Here I extracted one quote from one of the presidential candidates, the leader, actually, of the far-right, one of the most important far-right parties. Look at how he sees the sick minds in this case are the people who, according to him, are transmitting this gender propaganda, or what he calls gender ideology. We will disappear as a European civilization, exactly what my colleague was saying earlier. In biology class, I learned that there are men and women. This is how actually the rhetorical frame, the rhetorics has been framed in the electoral discourse, in the presidential and the parliamentary election. What has been actually very interesting is that the parliamentary election kind of went shady because the presidential election was considered more important than the parliamentary election, and somehow the electoral campaign tried to portray the presidential candidates as being the most important ones compared to the parliamentary candidates, even though Romania is a semi-presidential political system, which means that the parliamentary and the president are both important. But somehow they try to construct this idea of omnipresent, comprehensive leader that will come and save us all, as it happened actually in the first round of the presidential elections in November 2024. And this somehow one presidential candidate was portrayed as being the savior of Romania. He kind of put upon himself a messianic element of a hero. Because Romania is going down roads, this is why someone like him had to come and save. Even though the way that Romanian political system works, it doesn't work like that. We don't, the presidential doesn't have that much power in order to save what was going wrong with Romania. So gender in this case was considered a virus that attacks Romania, has been described as a movement that is exaggerated or extreme, the them, in this case foreigners, and us, whether it's the Romanian that are staying already in Romania or the diaspora, because this is another important and interesting dichotomy between immigrants that come in Romania versus the diaspora who is suffering elsewhere. Again, the family, another important component in this investigation, the family, the nation, and somehow women in this case are somehow connected. Women actually are perceived as mothers or as wives, there to serve somehow the nation, and they are representative for the family. But the family also is very strictly considered traditional and Christian, and everything that somehow threatens this very limited conception of the family is a threat. So it is exaggerated, and it falls under the under this class of gender ideology. It is very interesting, another thing, that abortion was also mentioned in the electoral discourse, but not because the presidential or parliamentary candidates brought it up, but because they were asked frequently what were their thoughts or position towards abortion. And almost every one of them was against it, or there were others who were uncomfortable to reply. This is what I mentioned, that when the term woman was mentioned, it was connected with the term family. In the first campaign election, this connection between women and family has been received 70%, and in the 2025, 70%, but 65%. But still, you can see that there's a strict relation, apparently, in the campaign discourse between women and family. Another thing that we have investigated was the rhetoric towards LGBTQI discourse, and you can see how many of these candidates, actually all of them, are can be considered from the far-right movement, far-right parties. No, unde era? I don't know. I thought that I made another slide where I showed the distinction between neutral language and the extreme language. Anyway, I lost it. In that slide, I tried to show actually how they try to instigate hate through anti-LGBTQI rhetoric, but somehow they also try to keep it neutral. For example, the first one, do you want to have the rainbow instead of the national flag, is somehow neutral, not actually extreme. But when they say, for example, that I don't want to concern myself with satisfying those who want to give drug to children, mutilate children, and ideologically alter them, and send them to war, this is kind of extreme. And this is almost, there's only some examples. But somehow, throughout the electoral campaign, you can see we grasp it actually much more extreme language, somehow towards insult and hate speech. Another interesting concept that has been used was sovereigntism, and how it is closely tied to populism and polarization. Again, there's another polarization here between us and them. The foreigners in this case were actually the Europeans, what they're considered as globalists, or the migrants who come and invade us. There was actually this parliamentary candidate that said that the Jews and the migrants will come and colonize us sooner or later. In this case, minorities became a symbolic target, accelerating the social polarization and democratic erosion by somehow amplifying emotionally and provocative triggers that could increase virality and enforcing ideological polarization. For example, there was this presidential candidate who posted on Facebook a picture with the rainbow that was attacking some children that were sleeping like this, crushing them. Disinformation goes on by amplifying identity anxiety. Slowly, the country will belong to others, or immigration is a giant manipulation plan. The term immigrant was not used actually, but was used. What were used were third countries, third world, Afro-Asians. Somehow this actually puts a stigma towards migrants, even though we didn't catch an intersectional framework to the word migration. For example, if they were talking about Roma minorities, they would not make a distinction between men or women or whatever their sexual identities, or they were only saying that the Roma minorities are uneducated and they need help. So it hasn't changed much. They still are stuck in the same circulating stereotypes, and they reproduce the same traditional based on Christianity. They think so elements. This is a final slide trying to show the methodology that we followed. And here is the study, but it is in Romanian, unfortunately, for those that want to access it. Thank you. If you have any questions about the methodology, ask me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Janice. Our third speaker is Dr. Emilia Slavova, a senior assistant professor at Sofia University, where she teaches language and globalization, intercultural communication, and, starting in 2026, digital literacy. Her research focuses on the intersections of discourse, power, and technology. In her presentation, Institutionalized Genderphobia and Disinformation, the Case of Bulgaria, she will analyze how anti-gender rhetoric becomes normalized at the institutional level and contributes to polarization and democratic backsliding. Emilia, please go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. We tend to think of disinformation mostly in relation to some obscure fringe agents, such as trolls, such as bots, troll factories, click farms, etc. But what if disinformation is actually generated and amplified by the very institutions who are meant to protect us from it? I'm a sociolinguist, and I started studying the emerging anti-genderism register in the year 2017-18. This is when the gender issue blew up in Bulgaria and went out of proportion. And I'm using the terms introduced by Rodrigo Borba here, the anti-genderism being a register in his analysis, a register of which gender ideology is the most famous shibboleth. And he says gender ideology is a conspiracy portraying feminist and LGBTQIA plus scholarship and activism as a foreign, imperialist, colonialist, anti-nationalist menace to the authenticity of a given nation. We heard numerous examples along those lines. And he says in order for a register to emerge as a cultural model of action, to gain public attention and political power, it needs serious discursive investment, intense semiotic work, and an effort to make conspiracy content look legitimate and authoritative. So how does this legitimation and authoritativeness happen? I tried to give you some examples and to paint a picture of what's going on in Bulgaria. And I'm using materials that I found by Professor Salim Abdul Karim, a Royal Society lecture given in 2025 on institutional disinformation, a lecture which I strongly recommend, by the way. And in it, he describes disinformation as an element of state capture, an instrument that increases polarization of societies, that undermines social cohesion and democratic principles. And he outlines several actors, agents of disinformation. He gives numerous and wonderful examples from his own South Africa, as well as from the current US administration. Brilliant examples, I have to say. What are the agents of institutional disinformation? I've tried to describe three main agents in Bulgaria: the judiciary, academia, sections of academia, and governmental institutions, parliament, and the Ministry of Education. But first, let's start from the beginning. The anti-gender campaign started in Bulgaria in late 2017, when rumors started going around about the introduction of the ratification of this Istanbul Convention, and fears started spreading about the Istanbul Convention being not about combating violence against women, but about introducing Iranian transvestites to Bulgaria. A number of ultra-conservative organizations signed an open letter. The Minister of Defense at the time and Vice Prime Minister also started an open attack on the Istanbul Convention. I think it was coordinated between him and these groups in advance. It wasn't that he responded, but he was very much instrumental in starting this campaign. Numerous posts and groups on social media, a series of protests with some absurd poster slogans such as religious studies, not gender studies, there is no third sex, gender convention is violence against the normal person, the Istanbul Convention out, Bulgaria is against social sex. We don't have a good word for gender in Bulgarian. We use sex as a cover term. We tried to introduce an alternative, but it didn't work out. So for a while, we were stuck with sex only. That's why we're against social sex here. In an article from 2019 and another from 2022, I've tried to list the agents taking part in this assault on gender. First of all, the ruling party GERB's coalition partners, the VMRO, the opposition, also represented by the Bulgarian Socialist Party, the Orthodox Church was very vocal. Certain journalists, not all of them, but some of them helped. Certain academics who were, I think, invited because of the professor in front of their name to give credibility to these claims. A number of ultra-conservative NGOs and even certain institutes. And just a couple of examples. This is a priest discussing how Europe is trying to force us and how an evil woman called Judith Butler is trying to convince us. And I love this episode because he was reading from a script. He couldn't really reproduce this text, that she tried to claim that gender and sex, or sex, is a phantasm. It is not anatomy, but a discursively created physicality. Brilliant example. Another example is from the then leader of the Socialist Party, who said no to gender ideology. This is their vision for Bulgaria, so it's an important political document. No to gender ideology. Let's develop traditional and digital education. Family values are dearer to us than third sex, etc., etc. And it didn't end there. The Istanbul Convention was not ratified, but gender was proclaimed unconstitutional. I'll discuss that in a minute, but that was just the beginning. The next step was numerous Facebook groups were formed, spreading propaganda, disinformation, fear-mongering, and outright lies. under the disguise of protecting national identity and the traditional family, there were a series of other important legislative acts that were blocked, such as the Strategy for the Child in 2019. Multiple instruments were used in a push towards re-traditionalization and re-clericalization. Bulgaria has been a very secular country for quite a few decades due to communism, but now there was an intentional push towards re-clericalization along Putin's lines. You know how he's using Orthodox religion not to spread faith, but to spread political propaganda. And part of this narrative was the toxification of gender, which in everyday speech came to mean gay, transsexual, third sex, unnatural, pervert, liberal. So if you call somebody a gender, that means they're gay or liberal or something like that. And another part of the narrative was this very strong opposition between European, foreign, unnatural, corrupt values and the traditional Bulgarian values of the family, mother and father, the gender danger narrative, as Ralica Kovacheva names it very aptly. But none of this happened spontaneously, and the gender danger narrative received serious support from some unlikely agents, such as the Bulgarian Constitutional Court. When Parliament could not agree on ratifying the Istanbul Convention, they passed the hot potato to the Constitutional Court, asking, tell us if the convention is in compliance with our Bulgarian constitution. And this is what the court said. Even though the convention has some good ideas, it is incoherent. The concept of gender and gender identity is flawed in the unofficial translation in Bulgaria. It was flawed, but they didn't try to fix it. They just attacked gender. And gender is indistinguishable from sex. I don't have time to explain the linguistic aspect, but I've written about it. I can talk to you during the break. So this is what the Constitutional Court came up with as a result. And I'm lagging behind with timing. So first of all, the Constitution and the entire Bulgarian legislation was built upon the binary existence of the human species. The biological sex woman was related to the social role of mother and giving birth, midwifery. The social dimensions of sex are intrinsically related to the biological ones. The notion of sex in the Constitution encompasses both the biologically determined, socially constructed aspects. Traditional human society is built upon the sex binary, and the binary is also enshrined in the constitutional definition of marriage between man and woman. And contrary to what the Constitution, to the constitutional understanding, the term gender as a social construct central to the Istanbul Convention would demand that Bulgaria accept the equal marriage. And as a result, they said, this is a lovely argument, if society loses the ability to distinguish between a woman and a man, they cannot combat violence against women because they won't know who is a woman. And also, and it would be a formal but unenforceable commitment. That's why we have to keep women and men apart so that we know who are women so we can protect them. In conclusion, the convention, the Istanbul Convention, does not correspond to the Bulgarian constitution. Now, this was followed up by another question to the Constitutional Court. The Civil College of Supreme Court of Cassation turned to the Constitutional Court with the questions, how is sex defined in the Constitution? Now, sex is not defined in the Constitution. There is a paragraph which says people should not be discriminated against on the basis of sex. That's about it. That's the only single mention of sex in the Constitution. But the Constitutional Court decided to repeat the previous 2018 decision, claiming that marriage is between man and woman, that the social role of mother is central to being a woman, and finally, and most interestingly, sorry, this is long, I have to compress it, that religion is mentioned in the Constitution, therefore, Orthodox religion, therefore the legislators' intent was to enshrine the values of Eastern Orthodoxy in the constitutional order. Religion, Orthodox religion, is part of our cultural code and our constitutional identity, just because the Constitution says Orthodox religion is a traditional religion in Bulgaria, so therefore this is our constitutional identity. And the conclusion, in view of the critical demographic situation in Bulgaria and the threat to the nation's survival, as well as the significance of the demographic problem for the whole European Union, this is one more reason to consider the term sex in its biological content, because if we accept there is a thing like gender, people will stop procreating. And the demographics will collapse. Therefore, the term sex, according to the Constitution, ought to be interpreted solely in its biological meaning. In the previous decisions, they told us that sex covered both biological and social, but now it's just biological. And things didn't stop there. My next piece of analysis is a dictionary of the new Bulgarian language. I actually have to skip this one because I'm short of time and I have to wrap up. But anyway, they gave a very controversial definition of gender, one in line with all the circulating disinformation about gender and about gender ideology. I'll skip through this. And what is interesting is that just a few years earlier, in 2010, there was another dictionary of the new Bulgarian language which gave a very good definition of gender, but they said, okay, this has been defined already, now we'll explore the new meanings of gender, that's gay, LGBT things, etc. So, things did not stop there. Sorry, this is 14 minutes, I'll try to wrap up. Yeah. This didn't stop there. In 2023, the Socialist Party tried to pass a referendum against gender ideology in schools. Thankfully, it didn't collect enough votes, so it didn't pass. But the next thing was much more successful. In 2024, out of the blue, the parliament voted an amendment to the Preschool and School Education Act, which banned the carrying out of propaganda, promotion, and incitement in any way, directly or indirectly, of ideas and views related to non-traditional homosexual orientation and or the determination of gender identity other than the biological. That's why it's really very difficult now to talk about gender in schools, thankfully not yet at universities. And this year, another amendment to the Preschool and School Education Act was about to be passed. We resisted very strongly. So far, we've stopped it, I think, and because of the government resigning, I think we've been given a window of opportunity, for a while, but it's temporary. They tried to force religious, that's strict, conservative, not the kind of theology you were talking about earlier, but a very ultra-conservative kind of religious education in schools from the 1st to the 12th grade to make it obligatory. It is an elective course now, but they want to make it for everyone. And we've pushed back as much as possible. We've done protests, we've done petitions from citizens and activists, open letters from academics. We've attended parliamentary commissions and sessions. We've organized academic conferences. One in particular was organized by the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences, the same one who issued the dictionary, but different set of people, of course. There have been letters to the ombudsman, and she came out with a very pro-gender statement, so that was good. But there is this general feeling that democracy is disappearing, melting, not just in Bulgaria, but everywhere currently. And even though we have to remember that some good things have come out in Bulgaria. We protested very strongly in November and December, and our government resigned. And the euro, another point of disinformation, the euro was introduced, so now we're in the eurozone. And last, just final words, academics have a lot to do. First of all, documenting what's going on, taking a critical stance, writing open letters, petitions, getting the record straight, creating alliances, organizing and participating in conferences, public outreach, appearances at events, media interviews, using the affordances of digital media, fierce commitment to democratic principles, to European values, to diversity, freedom, equality, human rights. And we have to remember, I'm ending with the words of Salim Abdul Karim, that every bit of resistance helps. And that's what he said at the end of his lecture. He said, in South Africa, we thought apartheid was completely unchangeable, nothing could be changed, yet bit by bit we managed to undermine it and to get rid of it. So hope is there, we have to remain hopeful. Thank you, and sorry for exceeding my time limit.
Thank you very much, Emilia. And last but not least, our final speaker is Mihaela Sirițanu, a public policy expert at Watchdog Moldova, with over 8 years of experience in democratic governance, European integration, and electoral processes. Mihaela focuses on countering disinformation and strengthening democratic resilience. Mihaela, the floor is yours.
It's been quite interesting to hear from speakers all day. I hope you don't get discouraged by the fact that there's so many similarities in different countries, and instead actually use this as a space to share best practices and to basically learn from each other what works so that we can improve our resilience. I, of course, as today I'm the ambassador of Moldova, will talk a little bit about disinformation in Moldova. Very importantly, I want to focus a little bit on the disinformation scale. We in Moldova also had quite a few electoral cycles in the past years. And in the last elections, which happened in September 2025, we again conducted a little bit of a monitorization study. And we basically found through TikTok and Telegram, which are kind of the main platforms where massive disinformation happens, we've monitored about 9,000 posts in all the different obscure rooms of the internet, and saw that together they counted for over 90 million views. So the visibility was humongous. And then another situation, another case that we had in Moldova was during the EU referendum that happened in October 2024, that nearly brought our democracy to its knees. And that was, I think, the turning point that made our authorities also to wake up and implement more measures and treat disinformation as a security threat, because it is. But basically what happened there is, even though in Moldova for over a decade now we have a very consistent, strong pro-EU majority, the disinformation was on such a scale that it basically managed to or to influence votes of anything between 100 to 300,000 voters during the referendum. So despite a very strong majority, the referendum was nearly passed with just a marginal difference of 13,000 votes. So I want to put this in context. Another important kind of analysis and reflection that we made in our monitorization capabilities obviously have limitations, but we have estimated that in 2025, conservatively, disinformation reached about 1.2 million people. And to put that in focus, that is about half of our country. So that's how big it is. I also want to a little bit touch upon the Romania situation with the presidential election that my fellow speaker talked about extensively, but I want to focus on the social media part of it. As you know, the candidate that kind of came out of nowhere in the presidential elections, his name appeared in the top 9 most viral names globally on TikTok, but the Romanian-speaking population that are active TikTok users is about 1%. So just think about that. I think these two numbers alone should make it very clear that it's impossible to create virality at such a scale organically. It happens artificially. And yeah, I think we talked a lot about tactics today, but one bit of evidence that I want to add into the pile today is the fact that indeed tactics are evolving. So every time we fight a new different war when it comes to disinformation. And you're all familiar, I'm sure, with the more traditional tactics, all of this, how to make a post viral, to like, share, tag, hashtags, blah, blah, blah. And we know that farm bots have been doing this automatically for quite a few years. But what we have uncovered in our presidential elections in Moldova in 2025 is that there is this new type of hybrid orchestration going on that uses both human activity and bot activity. Ziarul de Garda, which is a very important independent media outlet in Moldova, uncovered an investigation where thousands of people were paid, financed through Russian money to basically administer their social media pages, and then a couple of more, as many as you can, 5, 10, it doesn't matter. Why this is being done? It's because technology has evolved on both sides, right? So if bots we've evolved into this new thing, the countermeasure also has evolved in the sense that we can detect bots much, much easier today because they don't display human-like activity. So they don't have sleeping patterns, they don't have orthography and grammar mistakes. So it's much easier to deactivate those accounts. Whereas if it's hybrid type of technology, it becomes virtually impossible to detect. Now, again, I think I'm not going to add too much on why gender disinformation is more dangerous, but I want to leave you with this thought alongside what the other fellow speakers have said. If you think of disinformation as a battlefield, gender disinformation is effectively the target. And that just creates quite significant dangers in society. For example, again, we in Watchdog have looked at, out of interest, monitored a little bit the Pride Parade, so the Pride Week in Moldova in 2024, identified a couple of hundred kind of gender disinformation posts, but we wanted to look at the patterns that were, so in those narratives, what were they saying? Most of them were incitement to hatred. Most of them were homophobia. Most of them were opposition to gender equality. A lot of them had the same kind of different patterns in the same post. So that is quite dangerous as a society. I think we need to be aware of that. And need to be aware of the fact that there is specific strategic intention behind it. Women's rights and LGBTQI community is being merged together to radicalize common sense policies. So all of a sudden, women's right to be paid fairly, to be safe in her family, in her community, is being painted as something completely radical, completely, polarized, and just ridiculous. Now, I also want to focus a little bit on the technology of communication and narrative building. What we do in Watchdog, we've been doing disinformation monitoring for quite a while, and we have realized that debunking doesn't work. It's simply, you cannot reach the same level of virality at the same time span as the original disinformation and fake news. So what we're doing now is we're tracking narratives for the scope of creating counter-narratives and for the scope of educating citizens to be more aware and be able themselves to detect where is the disinformation and how is it formed. And how we do that, we basically look at the political economy of disinformation, because indeed, as it was mentioned before, there is usually a strategic intent, there is a technique, there is different tactics, and there is money involved, and there are actors. And it is very important that we showcase this every single time. Whoever spreads this fake news or this disinformation needs to be spotlighted. Their affairs and character also need to be spotlighted. All of this is very important than the narrative itself, because the narrative always changes. always changes. So very quickly, just 3 types of kind of tactics that I want to focus on. Manipulation, I think you've heard of it. It's, I think, the easiest type of tactic to detect. It usually involves a fake claim. It usually involves conspiracy theories. It usually creates something just out of proportion, make it sensationalist. And a very kind of funny, I think, example that we had in the last elections. All over social media we had about our presidential candidate that Maya Sandu spent over $300,000 to buy sperm from Elton John to make a gay baby, as if that's how it works, but it doesn't matter. We don't question it. The thing is, it works because it just creates immediate shock. It creates disgust for a certain category of people. So basically all of these very strong emotions are way more important than your need to fact check, to verify, to like think, how does that work, you know? So yeah, the effect is very clear. It basically wants to create an outrage. It wants to create a sense of urgency, a sense of attack on, you know, what you know is, you know, true and your lifestyle. And it has the intent to mobilize. So every time we have to ask ourselves, who wants to mobilize us and for what? And don't worry if this doesn't work for you. There are other tactics that may work better for you. But this, there's a very clear target of people. We already know it's the type of people that are maybe more conservative, maybe have been left behind by the system. They, you know, don't adjust very well to changes. So this type of narrative works perfectly for them, sadly. Now, another core tactic that I want to talk about is this creation of artificial consensus. So again, it's all about repetition and concerted engagement. So you have to hear the same thing from many different spaces, enough that you start to believe it. Again, a very clear example we've had in Moldova is, okay, to our presidential candidate again, she doesn't have a family and children, how can she possibly run a country? So now it works because this is just framed as common sense, right? Most people have this lifestyle. Everybody has families on this planet, right? So it's like, oh, if you don't subscribe to this lifestyle for any reason, then something must be wrong with you. And more so, it puts kind of social judgment and it removes the policy discussion completely. And here again, there is strategic intention behind this. This type of tactic is used for people that have not made up their minds, either when it comes to election or when it comes to a certain issue. That's why, you know, we're feminists, we've been talking about feminism for many years, and then we hear this counter narrative of like, oh, crazy feminists, what they have to fight about, you know, they're talking nonsense all the time. It has the intent to create this consensus. So last one that I also want to talk about, which is the most difficult one, it's the misleading framing. Why is it the most difficult one? It's because it's not necessarily false. It usually involves a truth, and somehow it twists it, it oversimplifies it, it creates kind of a different context around it, and here you're debunking. It's completely useless because you're not going to sit and say, yes, but not really, or it doesn't really work like that. That's just not smart communication. And I think this is very dangerous. Like, I personally have family and friends that have fallen victims to these types of narratives. So that's kind of more for us, for people that live in reality, because they take a certain truth and twist it. Again, very clear example, circulating strongly still is the fact that gender equality is basically already achieved. So what the hell are we doing here in this lovely Tuesday afternoon? And this works because, like, on paper, it's true, right? Technically, a woman in Moldova, or Romania, or, you know, Poland, Bulgaria, a woman can go to a hospital and ask for care, ask to exercise her abortion rights, right? Right. Technically, a woman should be protected by the police or the justice system if she gets harassed in any sort of way. Technically, a woman can run for office, right? In practice, though, society still has not caught up with the legislation. as much. So this is why we're here. A woman, you can very well run for office, but then you're never going to be put on top of the list. You're never going to have an eligible seat. So, go ahead, spend your money. Go through all the terrible disinformation and attacks if you want to. Not going to go through all of the details, but you get the idea. And the danger of that is that, again, there's still, society needs to catch up. There's still systemic issues, but they're being framed as individual failures. So yes, it was her fault for wearing that skirt that made her get attacked, get harassed, blah, 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 blah. We sadly know this all too well. And again, because it has strategy and it has intent, the intent is to make you disengaged through a different range of options. In this case, it will make you disengaged either because you think, oh, great, it's done, I don't have to focus my energy, or because you see things working on paper, but they don't work in real life, so you start kind of losing trust in institutions. What's the point? Like, we keep fighting for this, and it doesn't change. But in any case, the result is the same, right? So that's kind of why, how I wanted to frame these types of narratives, because it's important to ask ourselves every time we see something on the internet, who is pushing this, what's the underlying message, and kind of what's the intent, because we should, until the government catches up with all of the different, policy initiatives to stop misinformation, we have to make sure that we learn not let the internet control us. Thank you.
And now, if anybody has any question, just raise your hand and somebody will come with a microphone to you. If not, so already we have, okay.
Commentary regarding the Bulgarian case, which I found very interesting. And I see a lot of similarities with the Romanian case when it comes to what happened in 2018 with this referendum you had regarding the Istanbul Convention. In Romania was not the case because Romania already ratified the Istanbul Convention that time, but they targeted the definition of family in the constitution. So we had at the same time, more or less the same time, a referendum organized by these very conservative groups targeting something related with gender and family and tradition and so on. So I find it very interesting. But I see also a huge difference when it comes to the Constitutional Court, because we also had in Romania a law that passed in the parliament banning the gender references in schools and universities. Their mistake was that they included in the law also universities. So in Romania, universities mobilized against this legislation, and at the end, the Constitutional Court declared unconstitutional this law. And if you see this decision is very open to gender equality, it's like a very good example on how to justify, why it's important to have gender studies and why it's important to include gender equality in schools. So I see here like a field of research when it comes to these two decisions, one in Bulgaria, one in Romania. How was possible to have such a different, decision? And I think the context was also important.
Can I comment very quickly? Thank you very much for this comment. And I didn't have time to mention it, but there is an article by, let me get the names right, Epure and Brodealea, something like that, two Romanian scholars. Okay, who analyze this decision of the Constitutional Court, which say that the law banning gender education or sex education is unconstitutional, and it's a brilliant argumentation. I really envied Romania for having such great constitutional judges and for giving such a strong pushback. And another difference I noticed, the person from the ministry this morning, he was so much pro-gender equality, while our now resigned Minister of Education was all about Christian virtue and traditional gender roles, and like I really envied you once again.
I guess it depends. There is not so much to me, but yeah, Daniela.
Thank you. It's so, see, I'm a different generation from all of you in this room, much older. So I've lived through communism when there was no sexuality education, no gender. We didn't even have a clue about this concept. Nothing existed until the 90s, after the so-called revolution, when they started seeping in. First of all, it was sexuality education. The first curriculum that was created was called Life Skills Education Curriculum, which was totally accepted. No problem with that. Then by 1997, we were talking openly about sexuality education in schools. No problem with that. By 2015, though, with the development of the Coalition for the Family, we started avoiding these terms. And now we're reframing all our language, all our terminology in this respect. Reframing. So we're the ones taking a step back all the time. No proactive attitude is what I see. We're reframing. Now, instead of reproductive health, for instance, we're calling it reproductive care. The term care has been introduced so as not to say sexual and reproductive health. Forget the rights. No rights in the picture. So we keep going back because the backlash is on, of course. But how do we go forward without feeling guilty and reframing and using these outdated tools when it was okay before, and all of a sudden now it's not? I mean, we keep being, regressive in a way. That's my feeling, as an old timer in this field, because I've been battling with these terms for more than 20 years, since the 90s when I actually started as a translator, as an interpreter in this field. That's how I learned all this terminology. It was perfectly okay, believe me. Yeah. And even in 1974, during the first population conference on planet Earth that was held in Bucharest, Romania, and I was a student then and I participated in it, no problem. And there was Ceausescu and banned abortion and no sexuality education, which was called state secrets at that time. And still, it existed. And now we're afraid to use the right terminology? Come on. In solidarity, we must move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
There was a question here. There.
I'm no legal expert, but I don't know him. But this is a question for Emilia, because the Bulgarian. I thought I knew what was going on, but you really shocked me. I'm no legalist, but I was thinking, did you try to put legal experts together to see, because what's happening is gender discrimination, which is against. So are there any attempts of strategic litigations, maybe going to European court, etc., because of this level of discrimination? Because putting women in the role of incubators, basically, it's sorry.
I'm not sure if there is strategic litigation. I haven't heard about it, but there is a team of legal experts at the new Bulgarian university working very seriously on the topic, holding conferences on gender issues, and also cooperating with NGOs, trying to find ways of circumventing these issues. But it's a cluster of issues now that we have to face. For example, nowadays you cannot change your gender. If you're trans, you cannot change it any longer. And this was not the case until a couple of years ago. They just changed it now. So right now we have a number of trans people who don't know what to do with themselves because they've already transitioned and now they don't have their corresponding documentation, and it's a terrible mess. There are people who have gay partnerships, marriages abroad in EU countries, coming back with a child, and it's not recognized. The marriage is not recognized in Bulgaria. So lots of issues that legal experts have to deal with. And I think they're doing a lot of work there. I'm not an expert there, but I know they're doing this.
If you have one more, you can.
I don't have a question. I just have why we are using reproductive care and not reproductive rights.
You can.
If you,
yeah, you can
if
go.
it's okay.
Yeah,
okay. So the idea is when you put it in the field of reproductive rights, you're putting it in the field of ethics and morality. And this is the problem with abortion. It's not the field of morality, it's the field of public health care. So this is why we use reproductive care, because it's about medical care, not about the field of morality, the field of social morality. What social morality? Come on, people. And this is their win. They exceeded to put the theme of abortion in the field of social morality, which is a construct by itself. So this is, I could agree on some points, but I think this was smart to use healthcare for reproductive.
I think we have one more question, if somebody has one. If somebody wants to go, if not, I will just ask everybody one final question. And okay, so as a final question to all speakers, I mean, if we talked about anti-gender narratives, gender-based disinformation, if you had to name, I think it's super general, but if you had to name one priority action to counter gender-based disinformation, maybe in your context, what would it be? Some of you mentioned it already, but I think if we have something at the end is
Comprehensive sex ed in schools and universities. And the media.
Media literacy. That has
literacy.
been mentioned actually before. Very important. To make the distinction between fake news and a real one. But since we're living in a post-truth era, it is kind of difficult to make the distinction between the two of them. But again, we need critical theory and critical theory actually more in our education, not only social science.
I'd say counter narratives. I've already talked about it, but I think education is amazing, but it takes time. Whereas the fight is now and we're already losing it. So, and when I say counter narratives, it's not just like responding to some lie that's out there. Actually have your own agenda and your own strategy, so that puts them in the reactive place, not us.
I would agree with education because it removes the grounds, the bias that this kind of disinformation taps into, ideally.
Thank you very much, and thank you, everybody. If you have more questions, I think you can bombard all of them after this.
Yeah, a lot of ideas or responsibilities on our shoulders to take in and to translate into to action. I intervene here just with some kind housekeeping request. We will have coffee in just a moment. But if there are some of you who are, it's impossible to stay for the last panel, we fully encourage you to stay because we have amazing speakers as well, and we will focus in that panel more on good examples or challenges in the field of education, both from the praxis and also from the academic and institutional perspective. But for those of you who really need to leave now, please scan this. You also have in your folder. It's just a feedback. It's important for us to know how you felt in here so we can continue doing a good job or even better. Thank you very much.
Uncised. I don't know.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to today's last panel of our conference. My name is Laura. I'm a journalist at Press One, an independent media outlet, and I'm happy to be moderating our discussion today. And I want to begin our panel with a short story, if allowed. I promise I'll be very, very short. Last year, Press One published a piece about a trans student who had been placed in a dorm room according to how his ID looked like. It was a carefully reported story, grounded in facts, with dignity, and with the student's own voice. What followed was an avalanche of hateful comments, online harassment, and messages attacking not just the student's identity, but also the author of the article. What struck us was not just the hostility, we are used to that. It was how quickly the public conversation was flooded with false narrative, which I'm sure you've heard most of them before. And I was wondering, could the story I told you ended differently if gender identity were recognized in our legislation? Maybe, or maybe not. Or maybe we need stronger and deeper approaches than law. And I think today's panel can help us get a more profound understanding and see how education can help us build resilience. Our speakers bring perspectives from Bulgaria, Cyprus, Poland, and the UK. So thank you for being here. I hope you're still full on energy. And let's begin. We'll start our panel today with a message from Heather Lister, the representative of the British Embassy in Bucharest.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, everybody, for being here today and allowing me to speak here today as well. That's very kind of you. Gender disinformation is obviously something increasingly shaping the lives, safety and opportunities of young people across Europe, the UK, and around the world. It poses an incredible threat to our schools and our democracy and our children and everybody in society, as well as the safety of women, girls, and protected characteristics worldwide. It's increasingly used by hostile states, extremist groups, and anti-democratic voices to divide communities, distort public debate, and undermine confidence in institutions that keep our societies strong. We have seen how this plays out across Europe and in the UK, particularly during elections, when coordinated online campaigns attempt to sow fear, mistrust, and moral panic. Schools, pupils, and education professionals are on the front line of all of this conversation and all of this experience. Young people are growing up in digital environments different to the one that I grew up in not so long ago, where harmful stereotypes, hypermasculinity, and manipulated content spread at speed. The UK has an unfortunate connection through citizens there. Toxic narratives tell boys that they must earn their masculinity through dominance, while girls are targeted with sexualized attacks, shame-based messaging, and disinformation designed to silence them. These narratives, however, don't remain online. They shape real behavior, real attitudes, and real harm. Authoritarian and illiberal discourse uses these concepts of traditional femininity, traditional family versus masculinity as a tool to mobilize and challenge equal rights and individual freedom. So tackling misinformation and disinformation is a national security priority in the UK, and education must be at the heart of our response. The UK is taking some concrete steps to ensure that children have the tools they need to think critically, to recognize manipulation, and to treat each other with respect. And we're committed to tackling and challenging sexist attitudes and providing a counter to the rise in misogynistic content online by giving teachers in the UK, by giving parents, and by giving caregivers the tools to have conversations with children about healthy relationships and confidence to challenge harmful behaviors constructively. Through that, we want to strengthen the provision of high-quality, inclusive relationships, sex and health education by ensuring that pupils learn about consent, respectful relationships and online harms. And we are working with international partners to understand how gender disinformation spreads and how it targets young people, drawing on evidence from initiatives such as the What Works to Prevent Violence, which is available online and is a very useful online platform for evidence of around the world where we've been doing work on preventing violence, gender-based violence in conflict areas, but also in other parts of the world. And we're also supporting technology solutions, including through stopncii.org, which is helps to prevent the circulation of intimate images shared without consent, and through the recent beginnings of the Foreign Secretary, my Foreign Secretary, Yvette Cooper's support to the All In campaign, which is an international campaign on gender-based violence, working with tech companies and working with international actors and other member states. We've also been developing through the Online Safety Act, which there's a very recent case around the Online Safety Act and use of AI-generated content on X. But there will be further progression of the Online Safety Act to look more into the misinformation space, which will include around disinformation and harm, misogynistic content, and developing a more nuanced understanding of misogynistic and gender disinformation within the UK and with safeguarding platforms in the UK as well. In addition to that, there is the National Youth Strategy that aims to challenge and change attitudes and tackle misogyny and abuse in society. But part of this is through prevention activities that gives confidence to people who are using the digital tools to navigate the world. And I think that's a key part is, whilst teachers can talk to their students every single day, teachers don't necessarily have the capability, the capacity, or the understanding of the digital world in the same way that was possible 15 years ago, where online platforms were much smaller, and children have access to information that we would have never thought was possible to have access to, and they are the subject of targeted communications to give them a worldview that is very different from what we were brought up with or what we should be brought up with in terms of accessibility, in terms of communities working together and respect for each other. But at the same time, technology won't solve this. It requires partnerships between governments, schools, parents, and young people themselves. And gender disinformation undermines all of those aspects. It is a point where hostile states, anti-democratic movements try to infiltrate society and damage the societal resilience of a country to put the wedges between different parts of society. And so we need to equip our children, we need to equip all of us with the knowledge and confidence to challenge those narratives and work with teachers to improve their skills and understanding and to strengthen the society that everybody will inherit tomorrow through our children. So this is a really important issue. Disinformation, tackling disinformation is a priority for the British government. We work with many countries around the world to help them develop their skills and to help us develop our skills. We are not by any means the best in the world, and we need to learn from other people's experiences and other approaches. But tackling these things, the work that organizations like some of yourselves and the work that institutions do, is a very difficult and often thankless task, but is an incredibly vital one. So thank you very much for the work you're doing, and thank you very much for having me today.
Thank you for your speech. If you've been here the whole day, you already know if you have questions for our speakers, please keep them in mind or write them down. And at the end of the panel, you'll get a turn to ask your question. We'll now continue our panel with Anna Tiarsta from Cyprus Pedagogical Institute, and her presentation, she currently works in the Educational Technology Department at the Cyprus Pedagogical Institute, where she produces educational media and designs year-round programs in digital education and media literacy, including teachers and student training. Well, that's very nice. Her presentation shows us a practical case study. Anna, you have the floor.
for the introduction, and thank you for having us here. I've been very impressed about everything that I've heard today and what's going on the ground with civil society organizations. It's very important to, from the early stages of education, to include gender education in our curricula. We're not there, but we are maybe doing it through the same tools that disinformation is happening. We're using the media to teach students how to use them, and sometimes how to use them to address disinformation. I'll quickly go through the first part of the presentation that gives you an idea of what the Cyprus Pedagogical does, which is responsible for the continuous training of teachers. Its role is developmental, and it does supports teachers in schools, but also during out of hours of the schools in the afternoons with seminars, workshops. It tries to follow the current trends in pedagogy, and our department uses the new technologies in education. There is writing and publication, and of course there is the production of material that are being used in schools. Some of the educational programs and actions we are designing use media and digital tools. For example, the recording memory, it's a student documentary production. It tries to bring themes and topics. It could be any topic. The students investigate any topic they wish in collaboration with the teacher. It could be anything from sustainability to the occupied land. We have cultural heritage, liberation struggles, and anything that connects the past with the present and the future. And through this, we have the cases where women's voices are heard. Women is in the center, her role in the liberation struggles, her role in the Second World War. And this is also important because we need to hear these stories as much as we hear the other stories where men are present and in the focus. These documentaries, they go out, there are screenings, they go out in the public, sometimes they even go out on TV, and even sometimes journalists, they take ideas from the documentaries and they create their own documentaries, forgetting that they had the idea from a class in a school. Then we have the student web radio program, which runs similarly. In all the programs, we educate the teachers, and sometimes we go to schools to educate the students of how to use the tools and also how to use the content they're about to create. So there are a lot of shows that, again, here deal with the role of women in the present, in even politics or in past times. And all these are being broadcasted through the European School Radio. It's a platform which any school can register. It's an easy registration. And you can use this if you're a teacher with your students to broadcast your radio show. There's a competition. Again, it's open to all European countries with any theme. And the last 2 years, this competition became a podcast and music competition. It attracts a lot of submissions. There is a student video production on cyber safety. Again, here, issues of disinformation and violence and bullying are being addressed in a creative way. Students are encouraged to use both animation and live action to portray their stories. There are programs like eSafe Schools and Digital Pioneers that deal particularly with the internet, and then try to promote the safe use of the internet amongst the school community, but also the wider community. And then we have a program that's called Cyber Safety that's been running since 2016. We're now in the 6th version. Its mission is to run awareness campaigns, but also hotlines and helplines. It's basically the Cyprus Safer Internet Center. And provide support to students and schools, and through that we have the Cyber Safety Youth Panel, which I happen to coordinate. It's a group of people, students from 18 to 12 years old. Sometimes we have students that go to university and they continue to support this group. Through seminars and workshops, they're empowered to create their own actions on how to reach the public, and they become ambassadors of good practices. What's interesting to see is that they get together at least once a year in physical presence, and that's usually in the summer, and that's when they formulate their plan for the whole year, what kind of activities they want to do, where, and what themes they want to explore. This week we're organizing a workshop for them for public speaking because they asked for that. So we try to accommodate their needs for training. A big highlight for them is when they go to schools and they have trainings in younger students, but also their peers, when they present in contests or when they go to the Safer Internet Forum in Brussels. That's an amazing experience for them because there they get to work with other European students and explore issues around safer internet use. And a lot of the issues they explore are around disinformation. And that's slowly how they're building and diving deeper into issues. Like last year, they explored toxic masculinity and toxic femininity, inappropriate content that they come across in the internet, and sexting, sextortion. And they had the idea of presenting this in the Safer Internet Day that runs in February, which was amazing for us because, I mean, we were all struck by their will to present these themes. They started from topics of mental health and body image and the sexualization of the internet that they researched during the Better Internet for Kids Safer Internet Forum the previous year, the previous months, and then they dived in deeper into patriarchy and matriarchy and power of the gender issues, and they did a very interactive presentation trying to engage the students in the audience. It wasn't easy because it's very difficult subjects, so there was a lot of resistance from the audience, but they made it, and that shows that when they're given the space and the tools, and they can go out there, they can really impress us with how far they can come. And then we had the youth panel training event this past June, where they set the agenda of how it was a two-day training event, and they had to sleep over, and that's also an amazing thing for them when they have this opportunity. But they designed it of how they would be trained and what kind of activities they would do and what material they would produce. And in this event, we had the opportunity to work with Mediterranean Institute of Gender Studies, and that's where a more deeper understanding of the gender issues came to their focus. They did a short film, they did sketches, a podcast with university professors. They did a short story that now they're trying to do into a comic strip. They wrote an article. Now we're trying to see how that article could go on the news, on newspapers. So it's a lot of work for them to understand what is going on and how they can counter disinformation. But it really works when you give them the space. And I'll quickly close with this framework that we have been using throughout our school programs, that it's a research produce impact, let's say, frameworks, that it's cyclical in the sense that it starts with the research, with developing the idea, with giving them the opportunity to design their learning and decide on some degree, depending on their level, how they can, what steps they need to take in order to go deeper into a theme, and then what type of material they're going to produce. If it's going to be a conference, it's going to be a podcast, a short story. They assign the roles, they construct the material, they edit the material, they produce the final product, and it's very important to disseminate that product to the local community and have enough time to reflect on it and come up with new ideas of how what they created may be changing something or may not be changing something, and what they could be doing in the future. A lot of skills and processes are developed through this framework. And I would say the exciting thing through it is that they utilize the same media that sometimes is used to bring out disinformation and bring out hatred, to make meaning of the world and bring out good strategies and material that can help combat disinformation. What we're currently missing are having these pedagogical approaches applied in a systemic way, and taking action to prevent the normalization of hate speaking and toxicity, either on the internet or in the school. The will and vision to counter gender-based disinformation, enhancing the curricula, that would be amazing to see that, to include gender education and updating the Safer Internet strategy, to include all what we have been talking about today, including emotional intelligence, emotional illiteracy. Somebody talked about spiritual literacy, that needs also to come in, and considering every life sacred. Yes, I think that's a short, I hope, and broad perspective of what we're doing.
Thank you, Anna. That for sure was very insightful. And I wish my time in school looked like that. We'll now go on with...
they're going to change it. Yeah.
We'll now go on with Kasia Bonkovic presentation. Oh my God, I was nervous about that. She's an information security expert at the Chancellery of the Prime Minister of the Republic of Poland and an associate professor. Her presentation sheds light on how gender-based disinformation is both a threat to democracy and a national security issue, and how we need to find a new paradigm of information security.
Hello, I'm happy to see you, especially that it's so late, but I would like to tell you about two perspectives countering disinformation. Because we are talking all day about which faces disinformation have and which type of disinformation we have and what we can do with that. And we have to think that about the background. Background, who said Raffaella De Marte, that disinformation, it doesn't matter which type of disinformation, but is our responsibility, not only institution responsibility, not only government responsibility, but which one of us. And if we are thinking about modern societies, we have to remember that disinformation is very flexible. Disinformation is alive, and disinformation is changed. This is not the same disinformation like 10 or 15 years ago. And now we know that gender-based disinformation especially is a threat to all social groups. We know that we have two types of disinformation. First, it's hard power. For example, it's created by Russia, especially in Poland. And second type, it's soft power. So it's totally different situation, and very often it's totally unconscious activities. We have to remember that artificial intelligence mean a lot, and day after day means more. And we have to remember that this gender-based disinformation, it's not only about feminists, it's not only about women, it's all about us. Because if we are talking about democracy, we have to remember that women are 50 or 52% of the whole society in the world. So this is not only our thing. So we need to create new paradigm of information security, because information security, it's not only that we have to build the system to create something safe space for our information, you know, in general. We have to think about information security paradigm, that this is social resilience for all citizens, for all institutions, for all one of us. And this perspective, it's, I'm a totally new person in Chancellery of Prime Minister, and I'm happy to be there, but this is very, very big challenge to create totally new department a new vision of information security. So my vision of that, and Prime Ministers agree with me, so this is one big plus of that, is new strategy for increasing information security. And of course, we have a lot of activities in our department, in our government places, yeah. So this is, but we need to know in details. We need to know clearly which activities has a ministress. We need to add to that scientific research. We need to add external expertise. We need to add analysis of good practice. We need to consultate our vision, our proposition with representative of specific groups. Yeah.
Thank you very much. It will be more comfortable. Thanks. Oh, thanks. And the last but not least, it's cooperation with NGOs, because NGOs are a very, very important part of our society. And in that, how we can implement
this tool strategy, we have two ways. First, this is monitoring, of course, because we have to now, when we are seeing that around us, it's a lot of programs, activities, and events countering disinformation, and this is very good. But all of them based of our knowledge about disinformation from 10 or 15 years, and this is old view. We need some new view. We need social media account verification. We need to know about content author verification. We need to know how it's creating distribution network. We know that it's, for example, that was Brexit show us that we have sometimes only 2 authors and 1,000 accounts who distribute this content. We have to map foreign influence. Russia, Belarus, in Poland especially, but China, but United States. This is a very big question mark what they are doing in our information space. And of course, ongoing analysis of media and non-media disinformation, because very often we forgot that we don't have disinformation only in media. We have non-media disinformation, totally dangerous because it's under the radar. And this is a very bad word in Polish public space, it's regulations. But we need to, regulation is not the same like penalization. This is not the same, but regulation, it's trying to build some system of managing information in general. So regulating activities, technology platform, this is a very big problem for all countries in Europe. Pre-banking and debunking, opinions, news, labeling accounts run by individuals, institutions, and bots. Yeah? Deleting accounts spreading hatred against specific individuals and groups, and of course, fact-checking, and of course, strengthening law enforcement against disinformation creators. And when we are talking about soft power actions, this is the moment when that was on previous slide. It was the last part of what we can do and what we have to do from the systemic countering disinformation. Yeah? So this is role of institution, government as a place who manage all of systemic tools. But we have to remember that we have a very good practice in anti-soft power. And this is very important because this is not dedicated anti-disinformation. This is dedicated education, awareness, thinking about women in new ways. And first, this is our initiative. This is not, of course, our initiative because this is an initiative from Holland, from Netherlands. And this is 30% Club. And 30% Club, this is a business project. And these are women from corporation, from companies. And they have a gender equality plan, and they participate in a lot of law projects and initiative about gender pay gap. And they have a very, very good result of that because all companies who are in 30% Club has a totally different situation in gender pay gap when we see on European scale. Second, it's NGOs campaigns, as I said, and I would like to tell you about one campaign that was by Federa. Federa, it's sexuality education NGOs in Poland, and they made a very interesting campaign, Decode Disinformation, with 900,000 viewers. So this is really, really very good number. And of course, that was confrontation of myths, of disinformation about gender-based and everything. Here is maybe nothing new for you, but form of this campaign were very, very interesting, because that was graphics based of special codes. So that was dots, dashes, brackets, illustrators. So that was more pictogram illustration, not only words. So this is we can better remember this type of communication. Social campaigns, we have here wide availability, so here it's really, really good impact. And this is international initiative, but in Poland it's very popular. This is, of course, Equal Pay Now, International Equal Pay Day. Stop the violence. He is for She in Action. So this is an engaging, this perspective we talked about it, engage men and boys in gender equality, because we need men and boys. And European Commission campaign with hashtag End Gender Stereotypes. Next, I'm very happy that we have this initiative in Warsaw. This is in Modern Art Museum, a very beautiful new museum in Warsaw. So I would like to tell and this is very interesting in the inhibition. It's 9 part of 15 years of women's artistic activity, and this is the moment when we see women who were, you know, they wasn't in public sphere. They weren't in art scene. They were behind the scene. Yeah, this is the first moment when we can see how many women create art, and how different art is, and how long history is. And education. This is my project. I realized with Central European Digital Media Observatory. There was a YouTube channel Context, and there was special education for wide availability. That was a series of interviews with scientists, with authorities, with leaders about disinformation, but not traditional perspective. Because, for example, from philosophical perspective, from historical perspective, from gender-based, on this screen, this lady with pink hair, it's our very important leader in feminist movement. Yes, so that was trying to show people how we can see disinformation. Because what is the most dangerous in disinformation? That disinformation, we know that it is in politics and in media, but very often we don't think that disinformation is in our normal daily dialogues. And we are not aware that something, when we hear, sometimes in jokes, in a few versions, that it can be disinformation, it can be harassment, it can be something bad. And interesting initiative made by Oko Press. This is a fact-checking and journalist organization, fake news detector. That was still is on website. It's you can go there and check. You know that this is true or false, and check or in which color is your answer. It's red, or it's green, or maybe it's somewhere in the middle. So you don't need a lot of time to verifying information, because you can fast check that. So. We have to remember that maybe because this is so frustrating very often that we are doing something and we don't see impact of that. We have to remember that impact very often it's in long-term perspective. When we are talking about communication, especially if we would like to change something by communication, we need long-term perspective, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. These are the point when we can see something change. And these are 3 examples of numbers, because we are visible. We have results of our of all of these social projects, and we know that, for example, more than 50% of audience see our communication. We know that, for example, 94% of people who saw campaign start looking at practices in their places when they're working, and we know that is impact, but maybe not tomorrow, maybe not day after tomorrow, maybe after 1 year, 2 years, and in longer perspective. So I think that we have to start thinking about disinformation, that this is for all of us. We are all responsible. Of course, we have to push government and public institution to do something, but government institution need citizens, need NGOs, need women, because, you know, if we would like to have a law created by the desk, so we will have this law. If we would like to have a law, real law, who is realistic for us, we have to participate to create it. So this four thing, the most important rule for countering disinformation: flexibility of approach, interdisciplinary approach, this is very important, public social cooperation, and creating a system, not a silos. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kasia. I know it's late, but I hope there's still in the room people from our Romanian authorities, because they had something to learn. And now we're moving to our last but not least speaker, Ivan Radev from Association of European Journalists from Bulgaria, who will present us a case study regarding the media environment in Bulgaria in order to understand the form gender-based disinformation takes place. Ivan.
Thanks so much, Laura. Thank you very much for the invitation. I would like to start with a little disclaimer. We are here, three members of our team, 2 women and me, and we voted and we decided that I'm the one who will present our work, which was a bad decision. But anyway, that's how the democracy works. So I'm going to talk about our team efforts to combat gender-based disinformation. So we have, as association, we are Association of Journalists, but we also have a fact-checking platform, and also we have a media, which is a student media made by student young journalists. So all of these three platforms are dealing with, sometimes are dealing with gender-based disinformation. And thank you to Pepa and Emilia, who already explained the context in Bulgaria. And you all already know that the word gender is used as an insult in Bulgaria. So I don't have to explain that. But let's go back to the Olympics in Paris in 2024 in the summer. During the Olympics, there was a very big disinformation campaign, homophobic disinformation campaign in Bulgaria. These are some examples of fact-checking articles published by our platform, Fact Check Bulgaria, that are debunking gender-based disinformation related to the Olympic Games. Unfortunately, it wasn't only on social media. It wasn't only in some obscure websites. Even the traditional big media sometimes use gender stereotypes. For example, on the national TV, there was this boxing match, and so the presenter used to refer to the woman boxer as he, because she was suspected to be a transgender by Russian propaganda, because one linked to Russia Association of Boxing said that two boxers are not women, but they are men. So it was in the summer, and in the same time, in August this year, the parliament adopted this so-called non-traditional sexual propaganda in schools. So they used this campaign, and after the campaign, or during the campaign, the parliament just took action, and they use this narrative to defend this political action. So this led to the situation that LGBT people, trans people had to protect their right to exist in Bulgaria. So this was the slogan of the last Pride. We are people, not propaganda. They had to defend their right simply to exist. After adopting this law, which actually bans teacher of any kind of discussion to topics related to LGBT or to non-traditional sexual identity or orientation, and this law is somehow applied randomly in some cases, and it was a case in a high school in Sofia that a teacher was harassed and accused by a mother related to far-right party that he discussed with the students this kind of topics, and it was a big campaign against this high school. You can see a demonstration by the far-right party, but there was a campaign among the students from this high school with this hashtag "Don't touch my high school," and it was relatively successful, because after this campaign, after the reaction of the students, this scandal just fade out. So yeah, it was one of the examples of a good reaction, a good campaign. So we have this student media platform, and of course the context it's difficult. We can't go at schools asking students to explicitly to write, to tackle about this kind of topics, because our first priority, of course, is the safety of the children. But they are free to to propose some topics, and very often, because the young people are very much interested in these topics, they propose them, and they write some articles or shoot some videos about this kind of topics. You can see that we had a project with Bulgarian and Romanian students, and they were writing about common topics in Bulgaria and in Romania. So we are organizing a summer boot camp for these children every summer for a week. They are trained by professional mentors, and we have this school check, which is combination between fact-checking and school media. As an association, we are standing for ethical standards in media. We have cooperation with some organizations that are defending LGBT rights, and we created this guidebook how media should talk about LGBT, what language they should use, and we are organizing some trainings on that topic. And yeah, unfortunately, when there is a case of media violation of hate speech in media, even in traditional media, sometimes we need to issue some critical statements, some positions, and to say that it's not right. And also, we are building a network for the women journalists in Bulgaria, because our profession is quite feminized. There are much more women than men in the journalism. But it's not. This is not a positive thing, because the reason is that the wages are much smaller. Yeah, and we are building this network of help and teaching them how to protect them, how to react on online harassment, and how to support each other. And I found, when I was preparing my presentation, this chart, which is Gender Equality Index in European Union. And as you can see, Bulgaria is not at the bottom of this index, because usually Bulgaria is at the bottom of every index you can see. But in this case, it's in the middle. But on the right side, you can see another index, and this index is the rate of change, the progress every country made over the last 5 years. And you can see that Bulgaria is the only one country that didn't make any progress, but just went back. There is a regression instead of progress. So this is due to, I think, mostly due to the political efforts for that. And when I have to, I try to finish with something positive. And I was looking for some signs that things are changing in a good direction. And I came across these pictures. We have in Bulgaria, I know in Romania too, we have this epiphany on the 6th of January, when there is a priest who is throwing a cross in water, and there are men. There are only men allowed to go to swim after this cross. But this year there was a girl, and in one of the town, and she managed to catch the crow before everybody. And in these pictures, you can see that she's quite well accepted by everybody, including the priest. So I think despite the politicians, the society changed in quite slowly in a positive direction. And this is a poll from the last week. The results were published last week by LGBT organization GLAS, which means voice. And it shows that there is a very tiny progress by 5 percentage points over the last 2 years in the perception of LGBT people in Bulgaria. So more people tell that they are rather tolerant through LGBT than that are considered themselves not tolerant. More people say that the equal access to services, to health services, to educational services for the LGBT people is important for the whole society. More people agree than disagree, and that they won't change their attitude through relative. If he or she came out as a gay, but unfortunately, the majority of the people don't want that their children to have a gay teacher. That is something that this poll shows that is still a concern for many Bulgarians, and that's where this conservative try to influence and to impose some rules at schools that are preventing sexual education and equality. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ivan. Now I guess we can move forward to questions if anybody in the auditorium has.
Is for the first speaker on the very right. Sorry, I don't know if you have a name sign.
I don't. It's Edward.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm a researcher and I follow UK politics quite closely. So I was a little bit surprised to see like how positively you framed the UK's efforts in gender equality, given, you know, not only the recent changes and like, you know, predicament of transgender people after the UK Supreme Court decision, but also I do remember that last summer a new curriculum for schools was published by the government, which actually specifically says that children should not be taught that everyone has a gender identity, and instead mandates that they are taught about biological sex as a binary. So sorry, but I just wanted to kind of like, you know, put into perspective that, because everyone here like has been very insightful about the situation of like the various contexts that everyone is coming from. And I just kind of want to like push it back a little bit on this notion that maybe in the UK or like other countries is going so well, and it's just like, you know, Romania, for example, where like things are not going so great, or Bulgaria. And I did have a question somewhere there, so I guess I'm wondering, like, do you expect this to change anytime soon? Like, do you see how that's maybe not such a great development in terms of like, you know, combating gender-based violence and disinformation?
Very good points. Firstly, I am a British diplomat, so I think that that does limit my ability to be critical of my own government. No, that's a joke. But secondly, everywhere in the world it is a developing conversation, and that there are different narratives that are being formed, and the UK is by no means unique in that fact, but also in terms of the political implications that has for the different parties that have been in government over the past years and the different prime ministers and cabinets there. By no means are we perfect. We can't say that we're perfect. There are always policy developments. Civil society, media, independent media, etc., plays a hugely important role in the UK and everywhere in challenging the government on these points. I do a lot on modern slavery, human trafficking in the embassy here, because the UK is a destination country for lots of women and men who are being exploited. We do a lot of work there. We have very good legislation, or we have legislation there. But we know that that is never going to be perfect, and we need to do more. I realise that didn't quite answer your question, but I'll end with the starter. I am a British diplomat.
Previously, like the prior draft actually from the new curriculum that was drafted by the previous government, the Tory government, it actually had a ban similar to what has been passed in this area, where children are not to be taught like at all. So I just wanted to highlight how serious the situation is, because that has been, we've been hearing all day about how difficult that situation is, obviously.
Yeah.
There's another one.
We often say how our legislation is good. And from the perspective from gender-based violence, I really admire British legislation, but what about the implementation? This is the situation in Croatia. Our laws are great. It's the implementation. Well, in that case, we don't have a state, a legal state, if we do have the laws and we don't have the implementation. So on this line, I'm not happy with your answer. We're doing great legislation. Yeah, what about the implementation?
I agree. I mean, implementation is the key.
How do we want to have a good legislation and not implementation? With the situation with the curricula, it's like it's a recipe for a disaster, not tomorrow, but in 5 years.
I agree. Implementation is the key factor in all of this. I don't, unfortunately, work in the Department for Education or in the implementation side of those things, so I can obviously pass these things back. But implementation is the vital part of it, and we talked to Romania about how they implement their legislation, and I have no doubt that conversation is taking place in the UK. Even with the legislation that exists, how is that implemented in order to ensure the protections, ensure the safety, and that the right things are being done? Yeah.
Thank you. Are there any more questions? Maybe for other panelists? Yes, of course.
I'm very happy you mentioned non-traditional media, because what's more powerful than the word of mouth? That's the best marketing tool forever and ever. And it's going to work perfectly well over time, actually. So maybe we should invest in that to make people more aware of what's really going on, so they convey the right messages, not the wrong ones. That's my comment number one, if I may. And then kudos to Poland again, because Federa, that I know very well, Federation for Women and Family Planning originally, is the only organization in Europe that coordinates the only coalition of NGOs in Central Europe, Eastern Europe, and Central Asia called Astra Network, that I'm a board member for. So I know what they do, and that's fantastic, a fantastic example. I didn't know about this one that you mentioned, so I'm going to ask my colleagues what this is all about, or you. So this is fantastic. And also, to finalize in the Van spirit, I would like to tell you a joke by Woody Allen, actually. I would like to leave you with a positive attitude. I can't. Would you take 2 negative ones instead?
When we when we come here, we talk to each other, and we said that we have to be a little bit more than a little bit naive If we are not naive, we can't do this. Yeah, this with Gosia, our dialogue for today's morning. So don't talk about negative. Let's talk about positive, and let's have a power to do something more and more, because about negative is everything. We know that it's not good, but we know that. And that's okay, but we have to start thinking and doing something about the future, because our knowledge about that there is something bad, nothing changed. So, but thank you for Federa. Thank you very much.
Okay. I think I have the last question because I have the microphone. So I have a question for Anna, and it is: what has changed in Cyprus through these projects in schools? Because you mentioned the projects, but I'm quite interested about the result of that.
You're talking about all the programs and
I don't know, how maybe how people see that, or how students communicate that.
I think one thing that's changing is activism, because we're giving the students and the teachers through these programs are co-workers, are classmates with the students, and that's an amazing thing to see. And when that happens, we have really good projects. When the teacher is not imposing the agenda or what we should do, but leaving the space for the students to come up with the ideas and how to implement them. So this is great to see, the activism rising, and voluntarism also is rising, because teachers and students work during the school hours, but because it's not really except from some schools that are using the STEAM system, there's not enough hours in the schedule to complete these projects. So they're working. One summer we had a school where they were leaving it open for the students to come and work with the teacher in order to finish their documentary, because it came up to be longer and more important than they thought it would be from the beginning. So there is change in many levels. And I would say having a conference where students speak about gender and toxicity on the internet and disinformation, that's a great step. And also finding ways to talk about these issues in the classroom and with the teachers, because not all teachers agree, not all students agree. So giving the platform for students and teachers to go into dialogue, it brings out change in society. We might not see it now, we might not see it in a year or two, but it's there. You have the other opinion and the different perspective on the agenda. So it's great to see that.
Okay, thank you. There's one more question, and it's going to be the last one.
Thank you. This is a question for Kasia. So, taking into consideration the very restrictive laws in Poland regarding abortion, I was wondering how the efforts for disinformation, countering disinformation on this topic will look like. Thank you.
Next question, please. It's. I don't think so that we have so long time to explain everything, because yes, we have very big problem and very big challenge with this abortion law, and of course, background of this abortion law is disinformation, but not only. This is a lot of things. This is not only stereotypes, but this is, general political problem with polarization, when strong conservative environment, and a lot of things around it. But I think that we have to concentrate on disinformation, because our countering with disinformation can destroy this background of this radical law. You know, this is. I think that maybe you know, when we see how Russia development and implement their main things to our public discourse with how huge success, so we know which power is in soft power things, which power is in soft power tools, and I think that we can't. Of course, we have black protest, and of course this is very important, but not only. We need to change that situation from different places, and fighting with disinformation is one of them. But of course, it can't be the only one, of course. But I think that it can be in the same time, you know, in different places. So I hope that it will change in the future. But when, I don't know. But I'm full of hope, really.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for attending our last panel for today's conference. Thank you, our speaker. Very insightful presentations, all of them. Being a journalist, I feel like we're in front of a big opportunity now to flag the wrong narratives out there, and I think it's in our hands to do it, and we can stay and be bypassers to this. And I would like all of us to remain with something important from today, that disinformation, as you said, is still alive, and us as journalists it's our main responsibility to find out who is at fault for keeping the disinformation alive.
It's our common thing.
Perfect. Perfectly said. Thank you all.
Thank you all again for very insightful discussions. We are very much approaching to the closing of this event, but we could not do that without having also some words from Joanna, who is in the role of project manager of the project for British Council, who is also coordinating the consortium. Joanna, please.
Hi, everyone. Yes, I represent British Council Poland, who is the leader of GLANS project, the reason why we are meeting here today. So I believe I can speak on behalf of the whole partnership, and I would like to thank you very much for joining us today, both in person but also online. You know, it was such a great day for the project. I recently joined the consortium, so this was my first opportunity to see the GLANS team in action. And I'm very much impressed with all the speakers, all the presentations, discussions, really. It was so inspirational, and I think that we will all leave this room with so many new ideas and reflections. We've started a bit strongly, I would say. We were provided with very interesting statistics and cases that looked a bit concerning, I would say. But then we balanced it with a slightly different approach, which I really appreciate, meaning that we decided to treat it with a little bit of sense of humor, just in order to still keep the energy and, you know, to still have this power inside of all of us to face the challenges, because we've been using a lot of words like fighting, defending, war, conflict. But I believe that, you know, using projects like GLANS, which aim is to empower especially young people, to create very inclusive, democratic environment. This is the way to do that. And I really really believe that projects like GLANS help to change the reality, which is very difficult these days. So thank you very much to Anais Association. You were a wonderful host, and I'm really impressed with all the work you've done. And also, yes, please. Also, huge thanks to colleagues from the British Council Romania for being so welcoming, and I believe that we can all agree that it's such a safe space, and everyone was very open and happy to share their thoughts, not only officially, but also in private conversations that I could hear. So to sum up, I wanted to thank you all very much for your input, for sharing your knowledge, your experience, your thoughts. And I would love you to stay connected with us, to follow us, to join us in the next couple of months, because we are still on a mission. The project will last for the next couple of months, because I believe that together we can really make a change. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I'm also personally and also from the side of Anais team, we are very grateful for the collaboration inside of the consortium. The conference day is slowly ending, but for sure both the fight and the conversation are not ending. Tomorrow we will continue here with a round table. All of you that you are here in the room, you are more than invited. We heard that we will also have a representative of Ministry of Education and also from the Institute of Education and Pedagogy in Romania. So we are looking for continuing conversation and dialogue to see what are the challenges, examples of good practices, but also what are the barriers in this. A big thank you for the audience. Here in the room we had representatives of several state institutions. We had with us colleagues from the civil society, working on youths, working on minority issues and many other relevant topics. I was more than impressed to have students here who are very well connected with academia on gender, but also filling them all ears to the conversation and engaged. Also, big thank you for British Council team, Romania. Andrea was a big support for during this project, and also thank you for Ilinka's contributions. These good, smooth things could not have existed without our translators. They've done an amazing work in harsh conditions. And also for the technical team, a big round of applause. All the difficulties were, I hope, invisible or almost invisible, but there was a lot of hard work. And last but not least, I'm very grateful for our colleagues from Anais team. I will name some of the names, for sure I forget some, but Beatrice, Adela, Raluca, Simona, you've done an amazing job, Mihaela, taking care of all of us, that we are well fed, caffeinated, and with a smile here in the room. And yes, without this logistic support, things could not have happened. Also, of a big support just here, Catalina and Madalina, they were doing a lot of logistics preparation, and so supporting here the event. Thank you very much for everyone's commitment, also here in the room and also online, and for each of you who are contributed to this project, but also to counteracting gender disinformation. We're doing civic work and yes, keep the conversation going, keep the fight on. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.